President Chin, we're ready to begin.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Monday, February 22nd, and we are starting our special board meeting for this afternoon. So first order of business is called to order. It is now, again, times at 1:02, and we'll do our flag salute. And ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. Next order is our roll call. Trustee Corzo.
Here.
Trustee Proctor.
Here.
Trustee Warren.
Here.
And Trustee Watkins.
Here.
And I am here as well. Next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. It's a very short agenda. Does anyone want to make a quick motion for it?
Motion to approve today's agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins.
A second.
And Trustee Corzo with the second. Thank you. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll vote yes as well. Okay, public statements. As this is a special meeting, we're holding our public statements at the beginning. Public statements related to this agenda item can be heard right now, and we will ask to see there's at least one hand. Any other hands for public comment on this item? Okay, we'll go for the full 3 minutes, please, Dan.
Rena Korb, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to say that in looking for a superintendent, I hope that we, and I believe that we do need a new view on the district, one that is unbiased through previous associations, and a search firm that can remain objective about the shortcomings of the administration. I mean, as we all know, our current status is that no children in our district have been able to return to hybrid. And I really do feel that the administration at the district level has not been up to the challenge presented by this COVID pandemic. I really feel we need a superintendent that has a more creative outlook, and one who's willing to work hard and pivot more quickly, because that's not happened. I also believe that it would be, we'd be well served to have a search firm that that really has experience with large urban districts, because whenever parents pose questions about why successes that are happening at other districts can't happen here, the answer we get is we are the biggest district in the peninsula, and therefore we have different challenges. So a search firm that really knows how to staff this position at an urban school such as ours would be most helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Rena. Next, we have Randy. Randy, please go ahead.
Thank you for taking the time today to do this work as a board, and thank you for letting me comment. I appreciate Rena's comments and thank her for making them. I also wanted to bring up and elevate a comment that has been made by another community member, Marcella, who has brought up the importance of and the board's stated desire for community engagement in this process, and just making sure that as you conduct these interviews today, that you really assess how that community engagement is going to be meaningfully undertaken as part of the process for this this superintendent search. As you know, this is one of the most important jobs that you're going to undertake in a very abbreviated period for your hopefully multiple terms, and some of you have already started a second term. So as Rita said, I am concerned that the search firm that you go with, that they do have an unbiased and objective view of the broadest field of candidates that can be brought to our district. Um, and I am concerned, as I read through these applications, that one of the search firms is putting forth a lead that is someone that our district already has a relationship with and doesn't necessarily, from what I've seen on their opportunity to have community engagement, hasn't necessarily engaged meaningfully and thoroughly. So their beta test, I wouldn't say has not actually passed with flying colors. So I hope that this really shed light that that you can ask those questions and that you can choose questions that are going to really allow you to discern who is the best candidate to, that is going to provide the most unbiased and robust search on behalf of our students. So thank you.
Thank you, Randy. President Chin, we have no further public comment.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your public comments. I'm going to officially close public comment for this item and for this meeting. Before we get into sort of the overall questions and things that we want to structure and how we want to talk about our interviews, there was an item that did come up about one of the consultants that are part of one of the consultant teams is currently a consultant with our district. I did check with legal counsel and to make sure that there was no conflict of interest if we do go ahead with this search firm. And they did confirm that there is no conflict of interest. At the moment, their view was that this consultant was a district consultant for a specific purpose, and any consultant firm that we hire is a board consultant with a different purpose. So therefore, there's no conflict of interest. So I just want to make that clear that I did check with legal counsel on this issue. Additionally, Trustee Proctor and I did have what we called sort of like the pre-interviews per our last, sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear that outside. Per our last meeting, the board instructed us to go ahead and introduce the district to the consultants and give them a few tips and pointers in terms of what we were looking for. Specifically, so we did meet with each of the consultant firms. We made it optional. We allowed them to decide whether they did want to meet with us or not, but all three did decide to meet with us. And we had sort of a very general introduction to our district, and so they know all about us. And in terms of what we're expecting and in terms of the overall timelines of the interviews, we did have tell them that there is an hour time slot. However, we are cutting it short to 50 minutes, 50 minutes, partly because we have multiple interviews in this public forum and we don't want the consultants to overlap. So we will be done with each interview in 50 minutes. I think Trustee Proctor might be the timekeeper, right? Is that, yes, thank you. So generally speaking, we did say that we'll do a quick, maybe less than 5 minutes introduction. So we all introduce ourselves and they can introduce themselves quickly and then spend no more than maybe 10 minutes just on just a quick overview. They may just do some highlights of the proposal. We did let them know that we have all the proposals and we've read them all. We also talked about the case study and also what their sort of communication outreach plan would be. So we gave them some highlights in terms of how what we're looking for. And hopefully that comes through in terms of the actual interview process. We did basically tell everybody the same thing. So there's no other distinct advantage that any of them have. With that, I know Dr. Roses did send out she collected some of our draft questions. There is theoretically, we probably will have maybe a little bit more than 30 minutes, 35 minutes, maybe 40 minutes total for actual Q&A from the board. It's now, we have about maybe 10 minutes, 12 minutes to decide which questions we really want to go and ask. And normally in interview processes, we usually take turns asking individual questions. So, I'm open to sort of discussing how we will want to proceed. My suggestion is that we take the list that was presented to us and that we all submitted questions to, maybe pick your number one, and we all go through and make sure we ask our number one question. And then after that, we can go from there. But open to any other suggestions or comments.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time real quick? So we have the list of the questions and you said we have about 12 minutes to decide. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, so now we're, the first interview was in about 17 minutes. Ideally, we'd probably want to have a 5-minute or at least 5-minute break for the consultants to come in and everything else. So we only have a few minutes just to decide. My suggestion is everyone pick your top number one question from the list. We can all ask that one specific question. And then if there's extra time, we can look at, maybe asking the second question. So that would be my suggestion. So Trustee Corzo, let's just say if you really wanted to ask question one, then, let's just say you can go ahead and ask question one, and then we kind of go down the list or something like that.
Okay, well, my bad, but I actually have like a question that I wanted I think it's in there already. I just worded it differently.
Okay.
Can I just share it with y'all really quick?
Yeah, and then if it replaces one of the questions that we have, then you can go ahead, just ask that question. Yeah, but
Okay,
please go
and
ahead
this would
share.
be the one that I would want to ask. So that's
Okay.
kind of like knocking words out one stone. How do you identify candidates who have the vision, belief, and experience to implement structures and systems to confront and eradicate opportunity gaps?
Great question. Fantastic question. I don't have any objections if you want to ask that question.
Can you repeat that, please, Noelia? Sorry. Can't hear you.
Okay.
We can't hear you, Noelia.
Oh, crap, sorry. I had mute on. How do you identify candidates who have the vision, belief, and experience to implement structures and systems to confront and eradicate opportunity gaps?
Thanks.
Okay, so that's my question.
Great.
Does that work?
That sounds good. I like it. Does anybody have any other questions that specifically from the list or something else if you want to ask?
Mine is actually similar to what I shared before, and it's in here. It's number 4. So would you share an example of working with a district that was heavily focused on student achievement with an equity lens? What process did you use to engage a diverse set of community stakeholders? How did the search go and what was the outcome? So just trying to get a sense of, a time when they actually did that and kind of their process for doing that, and then who they ended up selecting, and et cetera.
Great.
Actually, I'm fine with you doing that one because I feel like it's like this kind of very similar. And then I have this other one, and then I'm going to be done, and then everybody else can go. Okay, sorry.
Trustee Corzo.
What does your firm know about improvement science, and what improvement science researchers does your firm align with?
Okay. Fine. Sound good. Go ahead, Trustee Proctor.
I like both of those. I like number 3 also, but I was wondering maybe with Trustee Watkins, where she talks about the process used to engage, maybe that includes the outreach portion, if you think, or should, okay, so then I think 4 covers outreach.
And
Outreach is a
mean,
really big, go ahead, Trustee Watkins.
No, I was just gonna say it could be like a part A, part B sort of question where like, how did you do that? And then maybe like part B is like, okay, so then now knowing what you know about our district, how would you do that here? Maybe. So it could be like a two-part
Yeah, I like
question.
that.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay. So
So you'll ask that.
who, Allison, you're gonna ask that?
No, I think Trustee Watkins can ask it.
Oh, you're gonna, okay, so you're gonna do, okay, no problem. All right, all right, problems. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I was gonna blend two questions together because number 6 is, what is your firm's success rate with candidates? And how are candidates evaluated for their fit in a district? And I wanted to combine that with, what would an unsuccessful candidate say about their experience working with your search firm? So just kind of a positive and negative, if you will, of working with a search firm and their
Great.
candidates.
So these are all not going to be really short answers. So I think we might end up just having like maybe the top 5 questions, because I think there are multiple questions within these questions. And I doubt that they will answer each of them in 3 minutes or less or so. But that's a good question too. Allison, do you want to, Trustee Proctor, do you want to?
Yeah, I was thinking, I don't think this is my question, but number 12, just because it talks about searches currently in San Mateo County, and even though our district's different, it could potentially be competing interests. So I guess I'm curious to know if there's anything else currently going on with them in our county.
So that was the exact one that I was going to raise too. But no, but I think it's fine. You can definitely ask that. I mean, to me, that's more of a responsiveness question and availability.
Yeah.
Just like when we did the consultant interviews for the for Measure T, there was questions about how responsive are they? Do they have the workload, the bandwidth to essentially take on our district? And so I do think that's a question. So Trustee Proctor, if you want to ask that question, that's fine. I think that you guys took all the ones that I wanted to ask, so I may have to combine something here. Unless there's a second question that you guys want to do a deep dive in. Maybe I'll ask just about the cost structure, just to reconfirm with all of them. It may just be a good cost structure and just the lead. There's some question about the lead consultants, who exactly is the lead. I think we want to know who we're exactly working with, and just overall costs, just to firm it up. Even though it's in the proposal, I think there were some things that were said during our sort of pre-interview, as what we called it, that that could be clarified in this meeting. So great.
I also feel like if we have time to ask it, question number 15, which is the support or follow-up do you provide the new superintendent and board within the first 100 days? I feel like that would be a very valid question to ask, just to see what, like the closure process is for the search firm, as well as the support that they offer to the candidate that was chosen.
Great. Thank you. And that sounds good. So is everybody okay with that? And do we want to just go in that order?
Well,
Trustee Quasi.
I'm not clear on the order. So I was going to create a doc right now and then and just like write down what our order is so that we can be a little more organized.
Maybe we should confirm everyone share what questions and then think about what makes sense in terms of like a logical order, just because make sure that we're all like super clear about exactly what we're going to say.
Okay. Trustee Corzo, your question again was about science. Trustee Watkins, yours was,
Improvement.
yeah, Yes. Community engagement, and then also what was number 4? Student achievement. Allison, yours was on the responsiveness in terms of what I call it, and then Lisa, yours was
It's basically goodness of fit.
oh yes, yeah, I just forgot. I didn't
And how they work with their candidates.
And then mine's more of a technical question. So I think mine would go last. I think that, I mean, if I had just sort of organize it, I would say Trustee Watkins, Trustee Corzo's, probably, and then it's either Allison's or Lisa's, is my thought. And then mine. You have really big, beefy questions up in the front.
I would say Lisa can go ahead of me because I feel like hers is still more about not so specific about the county and what's going on, but more about working with them. Then I could go.
Okay.
Sorry, say the order again.
I would do your question where your part A and part B, then Noelia's, then Lisa's, and then Allison's, then mine. And then if we have time, we'll follow up with Lisa's second question, which was the, I forget, I'm sorry, Lisa.
My only concern with if we have time is that we might have time for some and not for others. So I think we need to make a decision about whether or not we're going to do it for consistency, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless we just keep people late or whatever.
Either that or that because we only have so many questions, really, we just cut them off because otherwise we'd be asking multiple questions to multiple firms. Is there any other question that you guys feel like that's on the list that we should definitely ask? Or that you really want to know?
I think the one about how many searches they're working on now and which searches they've worked on in San Mateo County is an interesting one.
Yeah, Allison's gonna ask that question.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm like, okay, good. I'm trying to create, like, I need to be able to look at them all together. So I'm like pasting them. So sorry.
Sure.
I'm a little off.
You know, one thing is that they are going to talk about sort of like a case study. I mean, we did tell them like, okay, what kind of firm, what kind of experience have you had in a district that's our size, with our goal of looking at diversity and educational equity as well. And so we hope that they come forward with some sort of questions about that. And there may be some small clarifying questions following that might help too. I think the community outreach one is a really big, important one. So I think that I would really want to know, like the number 5, if it doesn't get folded into sort of number 3 and number 4, question number 5 in terms of community outreach is definitely one we should ask if they don't mention anything about it. Any other thoughts?
Should we just run through them really quick just to make sure or no?
Sure.
Okay.
I think we should.
Go ahead, Shar, because you would go first.
Yep. Would you share an example of your work with a district that was heavily focused on student achievement with an equity lens? What process did you use to engage a diverse set of community stakeholders? How did the search go and what was the outcome? As part A, and part B is please share how you would engage the community in our district and ensure that we have a diverse pool of candidates from which to choose.
Okay. Noelia.
And then what does your firm know about improvement science and what improvement science researchers does your firm align with?
Lisa.
And sorry,
Oh,
I think I'm gonna just like tweak it a little bit to say like, you know, is this something you look for in your candidates also?
Okay. Lisa.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, what is your firm's success rate with candidates, and how are candidates evaluated for goodness of fit for a district? And then what would an unsuccessful candidate say about their experience with your company?
Okay, and then I would say, currently, how many superintendent searches are you working on? And have you worked on any superintendent searches in San Mateo County in the past 3 years? And are you working on any now in relation to workload and bandwidth? How, I'll word that a little bit differently. I need to type it, but basically that's my question.
And my question is just clarifying the lead and support staff roles, as well as also clarifying the cost structure of the proposal, what's included, what's not. And then if we have time, the other Lisa and is I forget, the new superintendent support, right? And then the other one would be number 5, if they, which is community outreach, if they don't answer it more.
Do we want to just pick one extra if we have time? Because I think like
Sure.
maybe we should pick the one we think is yeah.
Do you have one in mind?
I think the community outreach one is I mean, it's already kind of in there, but I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
that
where I
would be
would
the, yeah, that definitely, if we have time on that one. I mean, if they don't further explain it, but. You know, I would, if we had sort of time, I might ask some variation of number 13, which is how long on average do searches take from the start to finish? How long do you see the process of hiring a new superintendent take? Should we hire your firm? Only because we are looking at now March 1st, and we're sort of not under the gun per se, but there's, I'd be curious to find out how they could accelerate or expedite our process while also keeping everything that we want in there. So, okay, we do have to ask for, hi, sorry, Diane.
President Chin, would you like to ask for, or just make the announcement about language, or Trustee Corzo?
Yeah, you read my mind. Trustee Corzo, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Sorry. I'm looking at our attendee list, and I mean, okay. Tenemos traducción. Si alguien lo ocupa, por favor, levanten la mano y también pueden empujar el mundo en la pantalla. Si tenemos traducción en español disponible. Gracias.
We will also check again at 3:30 and have a change of translators as needed.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Corzo and Diane. I know that it's about 1 o'clock and we should get rolling. So if you wouldn't mind bringing the first candidates in from Leadership Associates.
Mr. Holm, you're now a panelist. Mr. Ecker, you're also. And Ms. Banning, welcome. You should have the ability to share your screen or your slides and unmute yourself and go ahead.
Great. Well, why don't I just welcome everyone. Thank you guys for being here. We look forward to your interview time slot here and proposal. We're just going to do some quick introductions from the board, and then we'll let you take the introductions and go from there.
Thank you.
So I'm Ken Chen, and I'm the president of the school board. And Trustee Proctor, why don't you start, and then we'll just go down the line.
Okay. I'm Allison Proctor. Nice to see you.
I'm Lisa Warren. Nice to see you as well.
Chara Watkins, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Orzo, welcome.
I think that's it. So if you guys want to
Okay.
take the lead, thank you.
Okay, my name is Rich Thome. I'll be the one of the two consultants on this search. And first of all, thank you very, very, very much for giving us the honor of presenting to your board. We've done a great deal of research about you and would love to join you in a partnership to conduct your superintendent search. We are a firm that was established in 1996. We are a firm that completes about 70% of the searches in the state of California. That's not to brag, it's just to say we've got a lot of experience in a large, broad network throughout California. So we have a brief slideshow we'd like to start with, and then we'd like to discuss a case study, which was requested by the board president and vice president. Intermittently, Mrs. Banning and Dr. Ecker will chime in as well, and I'll turn the mic over at some point to Dr. Ecker. Excuse me. But why don't we go ahead and get started with the slideshow? Becky, are you good?
Yeah, let me just start by saying that I'm happy to be here. It's an honor. My name is Becky Banning. I've been with Leadership Associates for 4.5 years now, and as a senior executive assistant, that's my role. I have over 30 years of school district experience and have served as an executive assistant to 4 different superintendents while I was in school district jobs. I've been through, as an assistant to a superintendent, have been through 3 superintendent searches on my own. So I will be able to relate to what your assistant Anna will be going through. I also wanted to say that should we be selected to be your the firm that conducts the searches for you, I will be working closely on the logistics of the search with Anna and any other designated district office staff that you might have. What I will do is offer some tools and sample documents, some guidelines, board agenda language, and ongoing guidance. And will do my best to help make this transition for Anna as seamless as possible as far as the search process goes. So thanks for having me. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Mark?
Thank you, Becky. And Dr. Ecker, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. Again, it's a pleasure to meet the whole board. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. Along with Rich and Becky, have worked together on searches in the past. And I'm also a former school superintendent, 18.5 years as a superintendent in the Fountain Valley School District. Joined Leadership Associates in 2015. And during that time, I had a lot of experience in doing searches. And we're just looking forward to being able to sort of share with you why we feel we could really be the firm that's going to bring you your next all-star in terms of a superintendent. And I do want you to know that even though I reside in the South, I'm up here in San Francisco right now. We have a place in Marin County, and on our way up, we passed you by. So I just wanted to, I waved. I don't know if you saw us as we whizzed by your your community, but it's a beautiful, beautiful area up here. And Rich and Becky and I have done a lot of searches in the Bay Area.
So with your permission, Board President, we'll move forward with our brief PowerPoint. This is our title page, of course, and basically our Live, Lead, Learn is yours, and we love that. I am Rich Thome. I was superintendent of South Bay Union and Cardiff School District. I was also the assistant superintendent of Human Resources in San Diego County Office of Education. I am bilingual Spanish, born of Mexican parents in what we call Chihuahua, otherwise known as Chihuahua, which is just south of the border. So I handle all of the groups that need translation and speak Spanish, etc. So, and as Dr. Ecker indicated, he is the former superintendent of Fountain Valley and does a ton of work on the research end to help out Cal State Fullerton. Brilliant man. So, and as Becky began to say, we are so proud of our administrative support. One of the things that we get to do, because we own the company, this is our work, is we have a staff, and these are our 3 assistants. Brilliant. They do a ton of work for us. And moreover, they make it very, very easy for the school district so that it's not another burden on your staff. You do a few things for us, like help us contact the community input people. But moreover, you need templates and you need kind of guidance throughout, all the way through to the contract preparation or contract parameters. So Becky's our assistant on this one. So proud to have her. And you heard about her experience. She you will be so impressed when you see the work that she produces. You can see here, I won't repeat it, what she does, the different things, on-call support, guidance related to Brown Act, board agenda protocols, personalized written guidelines, and we are always responsive. You'll get a call back if any trustee or your assistant calls us. You'll get a call back the same day, or if it's too late, the very next day or the very next morning. So we've noticed your wonderful kind of approach to running a school district as a school board. Highlights, of course, have to do, number one, before we get into these 5, your attention to diversity, your prioritizing diversity, respecting languages, respecting different cultures, as well as having done a ton of things, including these 5, your foundation is strong, and that means you have a good relationship. Measure X and all of the other measures you have been, including the parcel tax, you've been so fortunate to have gained so much support from your community. You give people choice, which is wonderful, which is an enhancement that's new for a lot of people, but your magnet programs and your neighborhood elementary school programs have attracted a lot of kids. You have support by, and I mentioned that before, but Measure V. And then again, as I said earlier, your real move and support for equity so that everybody can exceed. You even have an equity task force. Next slide. We do about 70% of the searches in the state of California, superintendent searches. And why is that? What you look for in a search firm is the ability to go out and recruit, a broad network, trust among superintendents, trust that they can put their resumes in our hands to give to you, trust that we will communicate honestly and directly with them. We've done closer to 600 now than 550 plus. Here are a few of the ones that we've done. I don't need to read them to you. And Mark and I were involved with several of these. We believe that our work in the Bay Area has been excellent, really, for us and for them. It's not, it's not a separation of distance for us, especially now with what's going on with COVID-19, unfortunately, but also the ability to Zoom conference and all of that. We've been very prevalent and present and done recent searches there. Next slide, please. Part of our network is national. And although we're a California-based firm, and we've found quite directly and honestly that typically it's difficult for people from out of state to move into some of our communities in California, not just for home prices, but because there's some difficulty in them getting used to collective bargaining, used to California financing, used to the LCAP process, all of those kinds of things. So that requires a little of adjustment. So we find that most of our boards have chosen in-state candidates. However, we do have a significant quote unquote handful of outer staters that have applied and have been, really high powered enough for boards to select them. Many of whom have been in California, moved out for a superintendency and came on back. But here's a list of some of the organizations that we have contact with. Mark Ecker, Dr. Ecker was the president of AXA, which is the leading California superintendent network. And Mark has contact, I think, with probably 2,000 superintendents by now, something like that. But being the president of AXA gets you all of that. I've been incredibly active with the Latino community throughout California. Some things you probably didn't hear about, but a $40 million contract with Mexico to bring in their software. It wasn't a good time for it because of English only, but we were able to allow a number of kids to make up lost ground because they could take the same course or complete the same objective in their native language while they were acquiring English. Next slide. We're not in this is our company, and we're in this company not as quote unquote retired superintendents. We all reject that title. We're still very active, and the reason we're active is we really believe that leadership is the most important thing that districts can get right if they really want to change the outcome for their students. So our purpose is really about the quality of education. Our belief is that the foundation, and we really mean this sincerely, and we're so happy that you're so committed to equity because it really is about democracy. It really is about every kid having a chance. You may have a couple of Nobel Prize winners in San Mateo or Foster City that only will come out in a good system. So we're certain that the leadership and the quality of leadership in the schools makes the difference. Huge impact and strong staff. We really are a personal kind of firm. I mean, we wear suits and ties, but we're regular guys. We're not up on a pedestal somewhere. We're just guys that we're all through our careers accessible and open to people because we know we're, part of a big family here in education. So we look for people that are committed in terms of their personality and their professional background. We want inspired people who can motivate, who really are equity-minded and open, collaborative folks. That's what we look for, and very caring. What do we value? We value integrity, equity, as we mentioned, excellence, diversity, inclusion, accountability, and transparency. Next slide. So one of the things that we're very proud of, which really does give us, we believe, a better network than our competitors, is that we train about 1/3 of the superintendents, and it's the same people that are in the search firm that also participate in training superintendents in various forums. So we have as you can see, the leadership series, which we have in 7 counties. We have leadership networks where superintendents get together. We facilitate and give them, the tips and the latest kind of strategies and technologies that they might use to improve things in their district. We also have an assistant superintendents network throughout California. 40 districts participate in that, and another 105 California districts and county offices we serve with governance workshops, organizational audits, evaluations of the superintendent or board evaluations, conflict facilitations if there's a jam up somewhere, and leadership training and 360-degree feedbacks. We're very pleased. Mark and I together have done more than 150, maybe 160 board workshops in which we go and work with the board after our candidate is placed. And we together have done probably 140 superintendent searches. It's your search. It's not our search. You're the bosses. It's your direction. Our fee is one fee. We don't add things on if we do something extra for you during the search. You saw our administrative office team, and believe me, there's no better team in the country, I guarantee you, on turnaround, follow through, and expertise. You know, Becky could really do these searches herself. But since we have the network and we were superintendents, we get the honor of doing them. We're high tech, we're personalized, everything is accessible to the board. And as I said earlier, we are a California firm, but we have a national reach. So that's the end of the brief introductory slideshow. Mark is going to talk us through a little bit of a key component of our searches, certainly recruitment and recruitment and background checking, which is why you hire an outside firm, but also we really believe deeply in community involvement. Mark?
Right. Thank you, Rich. We certainly want to leave plenty of time for you to ask this series of questions that I know you have for us. But I did want to talk about something that I think is a key component, and we chatted a little bit about this in our pre-interview. What makes working with your district unique? And what makes it unique is trying to find the candidate that best fits your school district. There's over 1,000 school districts in the state. There are many, many K-8 districts in the state. There are many community funded districts in the state, but every single district has its unique qualities. Rich made mention that this search begins and ends with you. So we'll start out, if we're fortunate enough to, to be allowed to do your search, we begin with you. And we'll be asking you some questions to try to identify specifically what you as a board feel you need, what personal and professional qualities and characteristics you want in your next superintendent. And then it ends with you, where at the very end, the board gets to see all of those candidates that have applied. Rich and I will be helping and bringing forth some recommendation, and we will be narrowing down what we feel is the perfect match. But between those two ends is where your community and your stakeholders come into play. And this, to a great extent, is what we feel goes to the heart of finding the right candidate and candidates for your job. So we offer and will reach out with you. And this is where Becky becomes so critical in working with your executive assistant in setting up opportunities to meet your stakeholders. We'll be asking you what stakeholders you particularly feel must play a role in providing their input into this search. And we give them an opportunity to meet with us now virtually, but we set those up where those individuals can join, and they are invited into an opportunity, into a meeting with Rich and myself, and we begin to query them on what specifically they're looking for. This would include all of the major stakeholder groups. And it's here also where we play a very special part in reaching out to every part of your community, not only, quote, the privileged parts, but those parts of your community that are, that go to the heart of what you do, to those community members that don't speak English, to those individuals that have children with handicapping conditions, with those individuals who might be on free and reduced lunch. This is where we set up those unique opportunities and where we will work with your district to find the necessary interpreters. And of course, with Rich being a fluent Spanish speaker, it makes it even that much easier for us to reach out. We also offer an opportunity to put forth online surveys, and everyone is invited. Anybody is invited to take the online survey. The survey can be placed in any language that you as a board would like to see that language put in. And at the end of the day, we normally get many more people that have responded to those online surveys, answering very similarly the same questions. With all the data, Rich and I put together an executive summary. And then when you have seen that, we craft a position description demonstrating what we see as the themes and the commonalities that are coming out of the various groups. That helps us define who we are looking for. That goes onto your website and on ours. And with the leadership website, Rich alluded to our network. These are individuals that we have worked with in the past. They might be people that we have placed in positions. They might be some of the 600 or 700 superintendents that have gone through our trainings. But those individuals will have immediate access by notification of a new posting and position that has been put forth, in San Mateo, Foster City. So that automatically goes out as a push notification, and it really has enabled many of our network people to see what is out there and to look at the job description, the position description, and determine whether they're a match or not. That really goes to the heart of what we really do in terms of bringing this together. Rich?
Good, thank you. A couple of other things I wanted to mention is that our own commitment to diversity as a firm is very, very strong. Out of our 15 individuals on our team, we have 6 females, we have 3 Latinos, Spanish speakers. We have 1 African-American partner. So we are very diverse, and we have a diverse policy. What am I trying to say, Mark? A policy on how and why diversity is so important to us. We are a firm that we're not, how can I say this nicely? We own the firm, it's our business, this is how we make a living. We are all dedicated, and we sign a promise that this is our job. We're not out, doing another job, and this is a secondary thing. We think that sets us apart because this is us. We always have the same staff on board. We don't work for somebody else who picks a few local superintendents. We think that's a critical piece for us.
Right.
The only other piece that I'll mention is that we wanted to share a case study. We don't want to do it right now, Mr. Chin, if you want us to do it in a little later part of our interview.
Rich, I was going to just say that we have about 25 minutes left, so maybe we could jump into our questions, and I think your case study might fold in nicely with some of the questions we have.
That would be perfect.
Okay. Trustee Watkins, I don't know if you're ready.
Yes, sorry.
No problem.
All right.
Oh, look at the baby.
I have a newborn, so things are a little chaotic over here.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Thanks.
how
So yeah,
beautiful.
first question is just building off of that. So would you share an example of working with a district that was heavily focused on student achievement with an equity lens? What process did you use to engage a diverse set of community stakeholders? And how did the search go, and what was the outcome? So that's kind of part A. And then part B, which I can repeat after, but just to kind of give you a sense of where we're going, is just kind of really then thinking about how you would apply that to your work with our district. So how would you engage the community in our district and ensure really that we have a diverse pool of candidates from which to choose? So
if I may, this will parallel a search that we've done recently. We've done several with the same type of lens, same type of request. And one of the things that we found to be really key is not to just put out a notice that we're open for an open forum and come and share. We try and attend DLAC meetings when we can. We try and attend any meetings of any diverse group. I know you have some Chinese Americans and Japanese Americans in your community. We will make every effort to get there and be at meetings. We've even gone sometimes in large communities when it's difficult to get people to a meeting. We've asked a local priest or pastor to tell us when people are together, and we've zoomed into that. That's a critical piece for us to be able to get that input back to you. So that's one thing. We've also put out on our network when we're recruiting that we really want someone that has a track record of positive work in diverse communities. So that's critically important as well. The various methodologies we use, we said, Mark mentioned the online survey. We love to get email. We love to take phone calls. You'll have our phone numbers, our cell numbers, if somebody wants to just up and call us. Again, we work with you and others in the district, the staff, to find out who are the key community leaders in our various communities, and how can we get their opinion back to us. In terms of recruitment, we have the former president of a group called CALSA, which is California Association of Latino Superintendents, who's on our team. And by the way, it isn't just Mark and I. We have another 12 partners that assist us and our 3 assistants. That makes up the 15. I know that sounds like 16. So I might have one off there in my counting. But so one is very involved in the California Association of Latino Superintendents. We're all in touch with other Latino groups in the United States, like Texas and others that have high Hispanic populations. We have a gentleman who attends regularly and was an officer in the African American Superintendents Association, and he keeps us abreast of that. Our recruitment specifically goes out to them. So we get a lot of candidates who are, speak different languages and are different backgrounds and cultures in our work. In each of those situations, we are very, very, very fortunate that it worked, because the board, knowing what they wanted and having us bring a bunch of candidates that are high quality first, and secondly, have those other attributes as a plus, we're able to settle in the districts and be there for a long time. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 85 to 90% of our placements have lasted 5 years. That's a major accomplishment. When you look at the national data and you see 2 to 3 years, but that has to do with some very, very careful and detailed work with each of the candidates. We make sure in talking to you and to the candidate that this is not a stepping stone to another district. It's not I'm going to move there and see if I like it. If not, I'll move out. It's none of that kind of thing. So they've been very, very successful in our work. The last thing I'll add about the diversity and all of that is that it is, sometimes it's language, sometimes it's culture. And quite often with our Latino communities, it's as much cultural as it is language. So we need to really settle in and let them know that, we are seeking their opportunity as almost like a right within the school district, if you will. We really want you to participate so that the education standard for your children goes up. Mm-hmm. So Mark, anything else to add on the diversity front?
In terms of this one question, and I know there are others, to add to what Rich is saying, this as well as Rich and Becky and I, that you have to walk the talk, and you need to truly believe in what you're professing. If you're committed to diversity and you're committed to equity and you're really committed to leveling the playing field for everyone, then that's what's got to be in your heart. And I think that the old saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know, our connectivity throughout the state brings us into contact with so many individuals that would fall into this category. I wanted to share with you just very briefly, Rich made mention that I do quite a bit of work at Cal State University Fullerton. I am a faculty member in the doctoral program in ed leadership. And one of our tenets there is a just, equitable, and inclusive education. And I'm very proud to say that we've worked hard to create one of the most diverse doctoral programs in the country and have been recognized by accreditation groups for that. It's got to go to your heart that what you're looking for is an individual who is going to open the doors for everyone. And I think you'd find that with leadership.
Next question, please.
That would be me. 1 second. Here we go. What does your forum know about improvement science in school district work, and what improvement science researchers does your firm align with? How do you use this concept in fielding candidates?
Mm-hmm. Rich, can I just start and maybe on this one, and maybe if you can follow up on this, because please. I think it's a great question when we talk about improvement science, or when we talk about the whole theories behind improvement science. What we are looking for are individuals that may not have all the answers, but are committed to finding them. What we're looking for in some of what Rich has shared in the past with our network is getting better tomorrow than we are today, being better tomorrow than we are today. It goes to the heart of not only our commitment to children, but the whole philosophy of Deming's continuous improvement theory. The whole fact that, we need to always stress getting better, knowing more. The principal that stands in front of his or her faculty at a school and professes to know all the answers is not necessarily the person we're looking for. It is the person who is able to drive us to an end point where we know we need to find ways to get those answers. So if you look at the fact that leadership is very core committed to helping school districts find outstanding superintendent, we're equally committed to training and providing the support for policymakers like yourself and the superintendents and executive leaders that we place in those school districts. I think that's what accounts to a great extent for the longevity our superintendents have spent in their positions. Rich?
Yeah, very quickly, one of the things that we look for is not someone that will come in and say, well, in my last district, I did these things and they work, so I'm going to do them here. I'm going to change everything around. That's not a learning educator. So when we think about the mindset of a superintendent coming in, they have to use a lot of design thinking with regard to determining the outcome, but also really look at the context. And that is what you've already built. And you should be very proud of your reputation statewide. It's tremendous. And it's because you thought about the future with the building improvements, with the measures, with the parcel tax, with, making sure that both San Mateo and Foster City have equal say in everything. And you've worked out some of the past difficulties between the cities so that you're a collaborative now for children. And that's what we look for. And that superintendent has got to come in and be a learner and make it a learning organization.
Mhm. Absolutely. I do need to mention, Rich, that when I think I mentioned to Board Member Chin, when I first looked at all of the bond issues that you passed, that I was quite, that I was salivating. I was hoping he didn't see this in the pre-interview, because in my district, if I could have passed a third of those, I would have felt lucky. So it's wonderful to work with a community that is so supportive of the work you do.
Next.
Thank you. Trustee Warren.
All right. So my question is, we've partly answered it just throughout your presentation, and a 70% success rate in terms of placing candidates is amazing and great. So one of the things I do have to ask is, how are candidates evaluated for goodness of fit for a district? And then conversely also, what would an unsuccessful candidate say about working with your company?
Let me start with that one, Mark.
Sure. You know, let me just make, mention, Lisa, a couple, because I think it's really a good, it's really a good point. In terms of getting out and finding the match, which leads to our success, a lot of it has to do with accessibility. And what I mean by accessibility, we need a rich pool of candidates. We know that you're only looking to hire one, although our job is going to make it as difficult for you as possible, because we hope that you want to hire 3 of them, but you can only hire one. And so the success really goes to trying to develop that rich pool. And that is where being able to get out to our networks, the opening in San Mateo Foster City, the uniqueness of the community, the opportunities that a leader might have, we need to get that out, and we need to get it out early and often. We do it through advertisements, but we also use our own website. But most importantly, we use our own connectivity, our own relationships. You heard Rich talk a little bit about, the partners. And these partners are not only partners, they're friends and professional colleagues. One might ask, why would someone who finishes a career want to go back into the workforce and continue to work in this area? And it's because I learn every day from some of these people I work with. I learn every day from Rich. Who they know is different than who I know. And so I would guess, Lisa, the key to that question would be trying to develop and get out a rich pool. We want a number of interest. We want that interest base to be broad. And that's where we try to bring in, because at that point, we're able to screen, we're able to do our due diligence, we're able to reference check, because most of the people we bring to you, we not only will talk to their references, but we know people that they didn't put on their application that we will be checking with as well. And then lastly, I'm sorry, Rich, I was just going to mention the unsuccessful candidate question. There are many times that Rich and I will bring forth a group of individuals of which any one of them in a finalist recommendation could do the job. You only need to pick one. And an individual who did not get it clearly is disappointed. But what we try to tell those folks and why they're in our network is everything is match. And we're looking at 5 board members here that have to come together, and they've got to see that this individual is a match. It doesn't mean you didn't like them. It doesn't mean they couldn't do the job, but you're looking for the best match. And in a rich pool, what we can tell individuals is, in order to get a base hit, you got to get up to bat. You don't always get the hit, but it puts you in a great position to be able to apply for the next one. And so we try to encourage our strongest candidates to stay in the game. I don't know if that makes sense, but we want them to stay in the game.
Let me intervene, yeah, very quickly. That is, it's about the match. The more we know about what you want, the more we can closely align the candidate pool. Number one, they all have to be incredibly qualified and would do a strong job. You know, we're as good as our last search. We know that, you know, and I've done 105, Mark's done, gosh, 45. And we know that it's as good as, again, our last search. So the more we know, the more we give you candidates that are a match. So that makes your job hard, because here you have high qualified men and women, and you have to say, wow, this one feels the right one. They all are technically qualified, but this one feels like the right one. That's part of it. So part of it's the match. And we always tell candidates, we always give them feedback, the unsuccessful ones. And it's just, you know, we don't say, oh, sorry, you've got to speak more about the budget next time. What we say is it wasn't a match. It just wasn't a match, because it's got a match for you, or you don't want that superintendent. I'll stop there. We have more questions in limited time.
Thank you. My question revolves around bandwidth and workload. And so I was just curious, however, how many other superintendent searches are you currently working on? How many of those are in San Mateo County? And then just also, how many superintendent searches have you done in San Mateo County in the past 3 years?
Rich?
Oh, wow. I don't have that exact data, quite a few. Recently, Marin County, Millbrae, it could be in Santa Clara, I'm sorry, but Millbrae and Shoreline. And we are moving through rapidly Moreland School District. As far as, you know, my work, I've just finished 3, and this would be the second one that isn't like an assistant superintendent, because those we get and they're a lot different than the superintendent. You know, it's just it's more serving the district as if you're the recruiter. It's a lot easier, let's put it that way. It's not as refined, even though we do get community input and try and do a limited version. So yeah, that's it. I've got 2 major ones. That one is finishing up, and assuming that if we do get you, then that will be 2.
Allison, I'm currently working on the Goleta search, so it's not in your area. We're doing that. Other than the Goleta search, I finished already up with 2 or 3 others. So if we were to get this search, this would be 2 that I'd be doing at the same time. We try to limit that. I am the CBO for the firm and on the steering committee, and I know that our efforts are always to try to keep the number of existing searches that are going on immediately down to a reasonable number for each of the partners. We're very cognizant of that. But, you know, we also have tremendous resources where we can draw upon other partners and where we can draw upon consultants. So we have that reach as well. In terms of San Mateo County, I recently finished the search in Burlingame, which isn't too far from you. I've done and finished several searches in the Marin County area. I know that's north of you, but in the Marin County area. And we've done several searches in the East Bay area as well, like Dublin and a number of these others in the past that we've worked with.
Yeah.
Pleasanton.
Speaking about, excuse me, Mark, but last 3 years, I've done San Rafael and Novato, Ravenswood, up in that area.
And I
It's
think
probably
we
not
did
real
Santa
close
Rosa
to
at one
you.
time.
But
I don't know if
we-
that helps, Allison. Does that give you sort of a feel?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
but we're not doing this part-time. This is full-time. So, you know, I don't wear this all day long, but I'm on my computer all day long, you know, either doing background checking, following up with unsuccessful candidates, and heavy recruitment daily. So I have one ear bigger than the other from the phone. I should get a speaker thing. I should get an earphone.
Our firm is currently, I was going to say,
Go
our
ahead,
firm
Becky.
is currently conducting a search that our consultants are not involved in for Sequoia Union High School District, which is in San Mateo County. That's the only other search we have in the county right now. Prior to that, in 2019-20 school year, we did a search for Belmont, Redwood Shores, Burlingame, which is also in San Mateo, Millbrae, which is in San Mateo, and Ravenswood, which is in San Mateo. And then the year before that, we did Cabrillo Unified School District and Pacifica School District, San Bruno. And I think I don't want to go further than that. San Bruno is actually 2016, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So those are the districts and searches we've done in your county in the past 3 years.
Great. Thanks,
Yeah,
Becky.
no,
Sure.
fantastic. Thank you guys for that. So we are like essentially 1 minute left. My question really was more of a technical question, but I'm understanding that Rich, you're the lead for the consulting team. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the overall proposal, just in terms, you're saying 25/5, all inclusive. So no matter how many additional meetings we have, no matter how many, there's no extra cost for language translation or anything else. It's everything. This is your lump sum
Yes.
cost.
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. Well, we're kind of about it. This is sort of our time. I guess, maybe before we go, whether or not, you guys have any specific questions for us, just timing wise, I think we're going to debrief after our interviews and select the consultant, and then we'll either Trustee Proctor or I would reach out to everybody essentially and let them know. But do you guys have any sort of ending questions or anything you want to say before we close and take a break before we start the next one?
Rich, let me let you end it. But I did want to just say to all of you, and I mentioned this, I think, to Trustee Proctor and Trustee Chin. I don't know why you do this job. I mean, this is the toughest job in the world. And I continue to be amazed at why you volunteer to a great extent. Obviously, your love of children and your love of education, but I wanted to thank you for the work you did. Rich?
Just very quickly, we'll be in, if we're chosen, we'll be in lots of communication with you on a weekly basis. We'll give you an update on where we are. Intermediately, a big first thing is for us to get all that input and create a position description, which will be our template for recruitment. And you'll get that, you'll get updates all the way along. It will tell you how many candidates have pulled applications, all of those things you'll get in an email. If we're selected, we'd like to know, do we communicate with you, President Chin, or a designee? Any way is fine.
That's a great question. The board hasn't decided that yet.
Okay,
Trustee
all right.
Proctor and I are on the ad hoc committee, but we were trying to figure out whether our responsibility is how much it continues after we select the firm. So
Right.
we will all talk as a board later and figure that out.
Yeah. Y quería también agradecer a la traductora. Muchas gracias por haber comunicado el mensaje de nosotros a todo el público mexicano. Digo, latino. Muchas gracias. Thank you for letting me do that. I want to thank That's a tough job interpreting, believe me, I've done a lot of it. Thank you
Well,
much.
we thank you guys very much, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Bye-bye and stay well.
Take care of that baby.
So trustees, I would say we have just a couple minutes. Maybe what we do is just we'll keep everything on and just leave our screens sort of blank like we usually do when we take a break during our meetings, and then we'll come back and reconvene at 2:30.
You take
Thank you.
breaks at meetings? Weird. I don't remember that.
We used to.
Call Becky Banning mobile.
Diane, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to do a sound check on my, sometimes the connection doesn't reconnect.
You sound great.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Diane, do you want to, if they're here, do you want to just bring them up or promote them to panelists now? Just so we're ready to
Absolutely.
go. Thank you.
Welcome to our panelists from Hazard Young and Atia. We look forward to your conversation. I'm Diane Willoughby. I'm a coordinator of community services and I'm running the Zoom today.
Nice meeting you, Diane.
Nice. Here we go. Hi there.
We'll be starting just a couple minutes, just at 2:30.
Thank you.
Trustee Corzo, before we start, would you mind doing the translation request again? We may, depending on the audience, may not need translation services, and so it'd be great if we could find out, please.
Yeah. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. Si alguien ocupa traducción, por favor, levanten la mano en Zoom. También pueden empujar el botón de un mundo para poder escuchar la reunión en español. Pero por favor, levanten la mano para ver si hay alguien que ocupa traducción.
Trustees, I don't see any hands raised at this time. Would you like me to dismiss our translator?
I think that'd be okay.
Okay, we
That'd
do
be good.
have another translator who will check in with us at 3:30 should we need them.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, Diana, thank you so much for being with us
Thank you.
today.
Gracias. Okay, do we have everybody? Everybody's here. Looks like it. Great. Just checking, make sure I wasn't muted. Why don't we begin? Welcome. Thank you guys, Caroline and Van, for joining us. We're going to just do a quick, brief introduction of the board members and then turn it over to you guys to introduce yourselves and take it away. So I'll just start. I'm Ken Chen, the board president, and go down the line.
I'm Allison Proctor, board vice president. Nice to see you.
I'm Lisa Warren, and I'm a board trustee. Thank you for taking the time to come and meet with us.
Shara Watkins, trustee.
Noelia Corzo, trustee. Welcome.
Thank you. Are we missing anyone? Do we have everyone?
Okay, we've introduced ourselves. You guys can start.
All right. I'm Carolyn McKinnon, Hazard Young, Atia and Associates, been with the firm about 15 years. I'm a senior associate, done 75 searches, mostly in California, but nationally as well. We are delighted to be here with you, and full disclosure, was my good fortune to work in your district 5 years ago when Joan Rosas was hired as your superintendent. So thanks for the opportunity to come back, and my esteemed colleague.
Hi, good evening, trustees. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Vaughn Fapersert. I was in San Mateo County for about 14 years. 2 of the years happened to be in San Mateo Foster School District. The last 12 years in Millbrae School District, and last 5 years as a superintendent. Certainly been involved with San Mateo County initiatives, San Mateo supporting districts, and our partnerships with all 23 school districts. I belong to the ACSA, the Association California School Administrators, been through the Personnel and Superintendent Academy, which we continue to build that network and have that network of support. I served as a faculty associate at San Jose State, working with new teachers. And currently I am supporting a school district in Evanston, Skokie, extremely diverse community, and certainly mirrors a lot of the demographics in San Mateo and San Mateo Foster City School District. And so thank you for this opportunity. And it's a privilege to me to be working with Ms. Carolyn McKinnon as well.
Thank you. You can see why we're pleased to have on with us. Brings a lot to the table and to the work we do. President Chen, how would you like this to proceed? Will you direct us?
So we have a number of questions that we have for the end. Really, if you guys want to, sort of just some highlights of your proposal or present something at the beginning or have a general introduction, whatever you'd like. And then we could just either take it away, or if you want, we could just jump right into the questions. In some ways we're open,
Okay.
for this.
Maybe what we might do is just take a few minutes at the beginning to tell you a little bit about Hazard Young Attea & Associates. It's a firm that's been around since 1987, long established. Three pioneers in the search industry started our company, and for many of us, me included, as soon as I retired, I was able to come and work for them full time. We have a wonderful staff. We have a project manager, Therese Meyer. She handles the day-to-day operations. She's our go-to for whatever, and she will be available to you 24/7, so to speak. Maybe you don't call her at night, but given the time difference, they are in Illinois, and that's where our home office is. We have Nancy Perez, and she's our Chief Operating Officer. She's the person who handles all of the contracts, all of the business issues that we deal with. We have a tech support team. They're available to us also using any online services that we have, including surveys and those sorts of things. There's 20 of us in California who primarily work out of California, and or as you can see, Vaughn and I are come out of California, but we go other places. We have 120 associates across the nation. We are fortunate that we are able to reach out to those associates, and many of them are individuals you may know. We have Connie Collins. She's on our team. Some of you may know her for her work in I Have a Dream, and we are blessed to have her on our team. We have Maria Ott. She is also one of our noticed consultants. She works out of USC, and some of you may know her work in terms of the ALAS. She serves on the ALAS board. We have numbers of other individuals who serve. We are always in the process of looking for new associates. And so when someone retires and they have credentials that we'd like to bring to the table, we immediately seek them out. Yesterday, we were fortunate to have a young woman join us. She's just retired, Latinx, and we are thrilled to have her, and she's going to work with us on a search. We always bring someone in to work with us with a team. And we also are fortunate to have individuals, if we need help in terms of translations, any of those things, we have individuals who are qualified. Carmela Franco, some of you may know Carmela. Carmela comes in when we need her. We are very fortunate to have a wide array. We're a national firm, and as I said, for most of us, me included, most of my searches are in California, but I've done searches outside in many other states as well. We talk about our national reach and our local focus, and by that I mean we are national, but we focus very much locally, not strictly California. Again, California is one of our primary spots, and for some of us, this is how we got into the business. We also have something we're very proud of, and that's a board portal. And should we be fortunate enough to come to work for you, that portal would be available, and all of the information that we collect and you collect during the course of the search would be placed in that portal. You'd have access to everything, including all of the applications, all the information we gather. It's dropped into your portal. You can access it 24/7 on an iPad, a computer, your cell phone, etc., any device you have, you can access that website. It will contain all of the applications about all of the candidates. So while if you have an interest, you can go in and look at it. We, of course, will also share later on what we think in terms of our candidates, but we think we have a lot. We are a research-based organization. Much of what we've done is based on the work of those individuals that contribute to the field in terms of helping us understand and learn about teaching and learning and equity. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. I think, Vaughn, you want to chime in on anything in terms of the generalities?
Sure. I think Carolyn hit most of some of the components that HYA specializes in, but I kind of want to hit home with our signature practices. That's what drew me to HYA. The signature practices that we truly focus on through the entire process, as Carolyn alluded to, was research practice, was we really do focus on engagement, recruitment, selection, and transition. Within each of those processes and each of those phases, there are step-by-step, very strategic, in collaboration with the Board of Trustees. Every phase along the way is a collaboration with the Board of Trustees. And throughout the conversation tonight, our hope is to kind of outline, what does engagement look like as we are engaged in your two cities that are involved, Foster City and San Mateo. What does recruitment look like specifically? How does the board and how does HYA come to a character profile, the selection process, and then the transition. And so I wanted to just highlight that in addition to some of the components that Carolyn shared. But I think with Carolyn's explanation and some of our signature practices, I'm truly proud to be with HYA. This is my first year with HYA, and I'm learning the process as well. And certainly that's what drew me in regards to a very comprehensive process and a comprehensive search.
We're not going to spend a lot of time going over our proposal because we make the assumption that you've all read it and what you're interested in is maybe what's not in the proposal or what kinds of things you might want us to elaborate on. And so we'd like to give you as much time as you need to ask us questions about some things you want to know more about the work we do. We'd be happy to do that. And I'll begin just by saying that the search, if we were fortunate to be chosen, begins with a planning meeting. You will be invited to join us in planning the entire search. You may recall you received one of those flow charts in our proposal that outlines your responsibilities and our responsibilities, and we're true to those. We do the planning meeting so that when we leave, you will know everything we're going to do in the search. You will have received that information. You'll have a search calendar. We gave you a tentative calendar based on information that as we looked at the search, we usually allow 3+ months to do a search, and we can do that. What makes the search move faster or slower is your desires in terms of establishing a calendar and being available for those activities. That planning meeting comes back to you in the form of a memorandum and all of the agreements and assignments. Some of you will be asked to take responsibility for some assignments of the search process. All of those agreed are there. And that then begins us on the path of going towards, as Vaughn described, the engagement, the recruitment, selection, and then of course transition, and there's some of that. So that's the process, and we will be glad to elaborate, or we'll be glad to accept questions because we know you have some, and we appreciated the opportunity to meet with Ken and Allison last week and have some ideas about the things that you might want to know more about. So please ask us questions.
I'm going to start us off. So would love for you guys to share an example of your work with a district that was heavily focused on student achievement with an equity lens. What process did you use to engage a diverse set of community stakeholders? And then how did that search go? What was the eventual outcome? is part A of that question. And then part B is really then how you would translate that into your work with our district. So how you plan to engage the diverse community in our district and ensure that we have a diverse pool of candidates. So again, first kind of almost like a case study, and then how you would apply that to our work.
Let me start maybe backing up and talking to you a little bit about our firm and our beliefs, and then Vaughn's going to follow up with some more of the nitty gritty. But we want you to know that we have, as part of our organization, we commit to identify, supporting, and placing district leaders of diverse leaders who've been historically underrepresented, excuse me. Every candidate we slate, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, or sexual preference, must have recent, relevant, and demonstrated experience in successfully addressing opportunity gaps, leading with an equity lens, and advancing equity initiatives. We understand that equity means different things to some people, but to us, it means that every student receives whatever they need. And a couple of the articles on your website have to deal with your equity task force and some of your beliefs. So we think academic and socio-emotional are potentials that are measured through multiple sources. And we support the idea that whatever a child needs is available to him or her. And we'll share with you some of our own experiences. Vaughn has maybe the most recent, and he's right there in the thick of things and working in a school right now.
Sure. Thank you, Carolyn. One of the things that we have to remind ourselves is when certainly we'll have conversations with the board when we're developing this profile, what are the requirements that the board is looking for? Does one have to be a sitting superintendent? Does one have to have experience at the district level? And so when we're building this profile, then we'll start doing our outreach. But when we talk about a slate of candidates who are diverse in nature, and it could be that they've been involved in initiatives within a school district or a leadership capacity. It could be that they've been part of an organization that has led that charge because of the voices from the Board of Trustees. But when we're looking at San Mateo Foster, and when we're looking at the work that you all have done, you all have named it. You've built a plan. You have created structures in place to be able for someone to come in to say, wow, this is the kind of district that I want to lead and follow. So when we're slating candidates and when we're looking at candidates, the question that we would ask and a part of their resume that we would review would be, out of San Mateo Foster School District's budget of $7.4 million or so, if 1.4 million is 143 million. If 7.4 million is slated for supplemental groups and the subgroups that are primarily underserved, what dollar amount, how are you allocating those funds? How are you allocating those resources to help target that subgroup to ensure that the opportunity gap lessens? We need someone, when we're looking for San Mateo Foster, to just name it. The work that I'm doing in Evanston Skokie is they are just really touching the surface of what you all have done. Yes, they have a task force, but they're in the phase of naming it. What does that mean? Naming the facts. Don't be afraid to talk about what the struggles are. And so for San Mateo Foster, I know that you all have named it. You've named that your foster youth is really in need when we're looking at chronic absence and suspensions. You've named it that African-American students, your Pacific Islander and SPED groups has a really high suspension group. You guys have named that your ELA and your math our Black and Brown students in the district, they're in the orange and the red category. And so when we're looking to slate candidates for San Mateo Foster, we're looking at folks that are looking at two different communities. Foster City, it's a newer city looking at a primarily Asian background and Asian languages. And then in San Mateo, community where we're looking at, yes, a very diverse community, heavily Spanish speaking families. And so what does it look like? And when we're looking at diverse candidates, we all know that diversity, as Carolyn stated, means two different things. Are we looking for a diverse candidate in terms of ethnic and racial background? Or are we looking at a candidate that has that mindset or has that philosophical and research belief system? And so in terms of the district that I'm working with now, it's they are not where you all are, but they have named it. They have named that they will set the priority in that when we are creating tangible goals, it is slated for every principal to come back monthly to provide accountability results to the superintendent and the board of trustees. It is slated that we are indicating where the gaps are, what assessments are used to determine the level of accountability and a level of academic success. And so that's where we would be when we're looking at, and that's the information that we would have to come into San Mateo. And certainly when we're looking at the candidates, not only their resume, but when we're doing reference checking, when we're doing screenings, it's the personal conversations that lead us to that. It's the reference from the superintendent level, sometimes the board level, to say, yeah, wow, Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so, you know, they took on this initiative to really focus on these core groups or this subgroup of students, and then they put in benchmarks to measure success. And that was a targeted goal that was recommended to the board, which the board accepted. And so that's been my experience in terms of looking at a school district that has that focus on academic achievement and primarily looking at that equity lens. We're in a phase called Name It. What is the name? The name of the concern, the name of the struggles, and to name it. What is our response? What is our system? And so that's what we would be looking for. And that's how I would certainly engage the board in conversations regarding building a profile, if you will. And that's part of the profile building process for us.
Just one more quick comment. I had the opportunity in the last few days to look at a video done by our national president, Max McGee, and he talks about leading with an equity lens. And I copied a few of his words. One of the things he said was, make those who are invisible visible, and change the focus from numbers to a narrative. Talk about students. What do each and every one of them need? And for a long time, and I go back a long way, the numbers game was how many kids we converted, how many kids we changed their designation. And so now the focus is on what they need and enhancing the clarity of purpose. What is it we're about? What are we trying to accomplish with children? And too often we really don't get to that level. We look at things in a bit of a surface, and then what needs to be healed and transformed. And we know for some families, there are some trauma, some tragedy, some pain as they watch their children succeed or not succeed. So we, not to get too carried away with the idea, but this really is about individuals. We don't want to talk about children as if they were in a category and we have so many Title I kids and so many whatever. So those are the kinds of things we'd like to move a little deeper into thinking about what is equity and for whom are we trying to provide it. Questions?
Thank you.
Okay, next question is mine.
Mhm.
What does your firm know about improvement science in school district work, and what improvement science researchers does your firm align with? How do you use this concept in fielding candidates?
Vaughn, are you the science guy?
You know, Noel, I am having, it's either echoing on my side or that was, can you just repeat that one time for us?
Sure. What does your firm know about improvement science in school district work, and what improvement science researchers does your firm align with? How do you use this concept in fielding candidates?
So Carolyn, I know that you had spoke to the trustees in terms of our processes and the research practices that we use. I'm wondering if you can highlight some of the research that outlines how we've developed our process. of engagement, process of recruitment. I know that that was research-based in regards to how we came about some of those processes.
Well, I have to be the first to admit, we don't exactly, ours is not curriculum development, but what we look for in terms of in the engage phase, and I'm going to back up and say, when we start this process, we look at what the needs of the district are. And so we begin with, after the planning meeting, of course, we begin with focus groups. We ask you to give us access to groups in your district so that we can interview them and find out what's important. What is it that they need? What do they think they want? What do they value? What are they looking for in this new superintendent? And we approach that from the point of view of looking at what do they think is working in the district? What are they proud of? What do they want to keep? What kinds of things do they think need to be changed? What do they need? What do they worry about? What are challenges? What's keeping them up at night? What do they feel they're not doing well for their children? And then we also take a look at characteristics. What is it you want this new person to bring to the district? Now, if your issue is science curriculum or any other issue that you want them to bring to the district, we would pick that up under the desired characteristics. You would have told us that you're concerned about a science program, a reading program, whatever program it is, AP, etc. We would see this is something you want us to look for in your superintendent. So when we go out after we have prepared a profile for you, and we do that, we will show you when we are finished with all of these interviews. We'll spend at least 4 days interviewing people in your community. We'll bring that profile back to you, and it should show you all the things that your community is proud of, don't want to lose, don't want this to change when the new person comes along. It will also show them the challenges, concerns they have. And depending on how many people are concerned about one particular issue, that will come for us. That will be one of those things we look for. And then the characteristics, of course, are personal attributes. Do you want someone who's a science major? Do you want someone who has skills in curricular areas? Do you want someone who's affable, someone who will be out and about? Those kinds of things. So that's this. Then we go looking for that person. And when we start looking at applications, that's the time we begin to focus in on what it is. You said, these are things we want. These are things we need. Vaughn, anything to add?
And I would also add that, part of the outreach that we engage in is the survey process. Because of, not only is it that it's COVID, but a lot of the community outreach that we typically would have done has gone out to the different communities. But now, one of the things that we're restricted in, not that Zoom is a bad thing. I think that we have to be very strategic when we plan our groups, but we do have research practices in terms of development of our questions on the survey. As Carolyn alluded to, we have any language and every language that you could even imagine to ensure that we capture all the communities and the languages that are spoken in the school district.
Anything else?
Thank you. That's it. Well, we have more questions. Yes.
Yes, I just thought, did we answer your questions sufficiently? Thank
you.
That
was fine. Thank you.
All right. So my question is a multi-part question. What is your firm's success rate with candidates? And how are candidates evaluated for goodness of fit for a district? And then what would an unsuccessful candidate say about working with you and your company?
Okay. Well, our success rate, and it depends on how you measure it, but here's from my point of view, and one of the things we look for, we want a candidate to stay at least 5 years, and much of the research says that too much transition in the superintendent position can have a negative impact on the system's ability to appropriately, adequately, sufficiently meet the needs of the children. So the success rate for us right now, we say 85% of the superintendents we place are still on the job after 5 years. And yes, we can look down the line and say, oh, there've been, I know a fellow who's been with us over 20 years. That number maybe skews it and we don't put that in, but we also know that once in a while someone doesn't stay with us. They stay for 3 years, and 3 years is a minimum from our point of view. And we make, some of our policies have to do with making sure that people stay long enough that they can have a serious impact. The fit is about, once again, taking into consideration everything we learned about you. And this will be from all those focus groups. And you're going to help us by identifying those groups, those people and organizations you want us to interview to find out what it is they want. And then all of that information is coalesced around what does this candidate look like? And in the leadership profile, we will describe what we think is the candidate you're looking for. Obviously, we work for you, and always what you want is what we do. We'll give you our advice based on a few years of work, but we'll tell you, we think these candidates fit the bill based on the information they have provided to us. That would be their application, numerous references. We'll talk to the references they give us, and we go off the page. I assure you, no one rarely ever gives you a reference that's not a good one. So we go off the page and we start looking for other people to validate the information that that candidate has given us, to confirm this truly is a fit. This person really does have an interest in science, have an interest in some other curricular area. This person really is someone who is of the people who will meet, engage, interact, won't be in the ivory tower. And I'll give you one more, the unsuccessful candidate. And I happen to have an example just from Friday. I finished a search on Friday with another district, and it's painful when you get to the finalists and you don't make it. But the beauty of it is, in this case, the gentleman called me and said he wanted me to know and share with our team how valued he felt, how good he felt that he had been received well, treated well, and hoped that we one of these days would have a search that he might apply for again. We always want people to leave us feeling like we made them feel important, we made them feel comfortable, we gave them all of the help we should. And we may talk about that later, about how much help you give a candidate. But I can't tell you that anyone has ever left me saying, you rascal, you should have picked me or anything like that. The people are usually very gracious, and that just happened to be Friday. Vaughn?
No, I support everything Carolyn had mentioned. And, one of the things that the Board of Trustees has to remember is this is when people go out to these positions, we hold it to high confidentiality, because it's that one conversations that lead to this and that. And it's just painful. It's really hard when you put yourself out there, and the experience I recently had, as you all know, we slated someone for Millbrae, and I had candidates as a sitting superintendent reached out to me. And I don't know if that was a benefit or was it weird. And I share that with you because I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. But I do know that from the candidate's perspective, they shared with me, they're like, Vaughn, the search firm told me I can call you, but I don't know if I was supposed to call you. So I think that there's not a right or wrong answer, but I think, as Carolyn stated, it's just this, we talked them through what we feel, in terms of advice and recommendations. And certainly we partnered with the board to be able to say what is acceptable, what's not acceptable, what are your thoughts? And I think, to Carolyn's point prior, we treat every single candidate as equal. It doesn't matter if they're an internal candidate, an external candidate, someone from out of the country, out of the state. It is such an intensive process, and it's from experience, it's really emotional. And so we take everyone to the level of respect, the high level of commitment from our core values. And so I think, Carolyn highlighted all of those things that we would do for all of our candidates.
Anything else we should add?
Um,
Allison?
Good. Okay, I have a question. So my question just revolves around kind of bandwidth and workload. And so I was wondering, how many other superintendent searches do you have going on right now? Do you have any others in San Mateo County at the moment? And then also if you could share some, maybe in the past 3 years, some of the schools in San Mateo County that you've worked with.
All right, now I should have written all that down, but let me start and then you'll
Sorry.
remind me if I
Pop
forget.
quiz.
I finished a search on Friday and I'm really thrilled about that and thrilled about the candidate, and the board's happy and that makes me happy. And so I finished a search on Friday. I'm doing a search right now in another district. I'm about halfway through. And by that, I mean you get to the point where you have done the focus groups and you're ready to write the report. Our goal always is to stagger our workload so that you don't have competing. I don't want to be doing focus groups for San Mateo, Foster City, and for San Jose. You want to stagger the workload. So that's our practice, is that we don't bundle up. We don't try to do many searches at once. Now, of course, we do have people who will help us if we needed help, but the point is we shouldn't be working on many searches at once. Other searches, so that's mine. Let's see, remind me again, I only got a few of the pointers. Allison, there's more pieces.
If there were any others, any others in this county at this time, and then
No.
school districts you've worked with in the county over the past few years.
We don't have any in the county that I'm aware of, but what we have, and I think you may remember in our proposal, we listed all of the districts in the county past that we've worked with, including your district. We've done in the neighborhood, so to speak, we've done Union Elementary, Saratoga Elementary, Saratoga High School, Soquel Elementary, Cupertino, Los Gatos, Saratoga, Lafayette, and Los Lomitos. Those are most recent searches within the past 3 or 4 years. And we also, as I told you, we listed those that would go back a little further than that.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We are rolling with our questions here. So I know
Good.
we'll have a few other ones afterwards and then maybe
Oh, no.
sometime. So mine's, as you can tell, most of our questions happen to have multiple parts in some ways, but mine's a fairly straightforward one. Well, actually, but there's 2 parts. So exactly so Caroline, you would be the lead for us? Is that correct? The lead consultant, and Ron and Teresa would be a part of the team? Is that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. And then the pricing proposal, from my understanding, I just want clarification so that we have this for the rest of the board as well, is that it's at 23 as the flat fee, and then there's a bunch of optional services plus optional advertising packages. Is that correct?
Let me see if I can, not to have too many options, and we try not to have that. We want the search, you to be able to say this search is going to cost us $23,000, and included in that is would be the timeline, however long it takes. The fee covers the cost of our services and the major components of all of the search. So everything you read when you read the proposal, those things are all covered. It also covers the California advertising package. And I think that's $1,025. And that includes 2 ads in EdCal and 30 days on the CALSA advertisement as well. And we do try to advertise on any publications that we can, cost effective, but we also want you to know that included in our fee is you will be on our website. And in fact, if you hired us on Monday, on Tuesday, we'd have you on our website because we carry all of the searches in the country on our website. So whether we're doing it or leadership's doing it or Rand Associates, all of those searches are there. And we just list them with a little clip about each of them so people can decide if they want to go there. So that's all part of the package, so to speak. And also on our website, not only would we have ads, we can publish information about the district. You can write those special features that you're most proud of that you would want people to know about. We can clip a nice advertisement. We can clip 5 pages. We could clip 50 pages if you wanted on our website under your name, under your advertisement. So that's a service that that comes along. So you get all of that for our search fee of $23,000. If you want more, you could have additional advertising. You could have additional transition services. If you wanted, for instance, your new superintendent, you may want that person to have a coach. It's a tragedy when you hire a new superintendent and that person doesn't make it for whatever good reason. My granddaughter gives the example of being able to watch Michael Phelps swim, and he had 5 coaches. So what's wrong with a superintendent having maybe just one? So those are transitional services we offer. We'll help you do that. If you wanted significant background check, if you had reason to, and when I say you would have no reason, we will have given you all of the information we can glean, but there are some searches where you want to know if someone has any sort of history. I'll give you an example. There was a challenge to a gentleman's, did he actually, what was his major? And there was a dispute about what he measured. And so the board was concerned. In his background check, they did the Baker Eubanks and confirmed that his degrees were as he spoke, as he purported them to be. So if you had a real concern about someone, you can do that. We do the typical kind of background. You know, once we've met everybody and talked about their references, but sometimes someone may not reveal that they had a bankruptcy. That may not be an issue, but it's not something you want to be surprised with. And we tell our folks, if you're a candidate, be sure you tell us, don't let us find out that you have something in your background. So those are some of the transition services we offer, along with, you've seen some other coaching, and those are all things, if you're interested in any of those, we'd be glad to talk about it. But this is basically what we do, and we hope you don't have to have too many transition services.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I think either Trustee Corzo or Trustee Warren, you had the follow-up and other questions, right, that we wanted to ask. Someone wanted to chime in. Do we?
Trustee Corzo, why don't you ask your question, because I feel like my additional question was pretty much answered with the last comment.
Okay. So it is our understanding that you utilize the information gathered from the community outreach sessions to create an outreach protocol. What is your strategy, process, and thoughts on attracting candidates that would be a good fit for our diverse school district?
Lon, you want to start?
Let me start off, Carolyn, and then please add value. As we shared earlier, HYA has this strategic process, and that is after our engagement process. We spend a lot of time on engagement, and when we do the engagement process, as Carolyn stated, after the planning session from the board, we go out to the different communities and the different subgroups and the different family groups or the different parent groups that you all are asking us to go out to. And from that process, we create what we call a character profile or a job description, if you will. And that is something that we use as part of the recruitment process. And that's used for advertisement. We actively, proactively recruit. And even in that process, we're screening along the way. And as Carolyn stated, in terms of reaching a diverse population, we not only is our network in California, but it's across the nation. And so if the desire from the Board of Trustees is a California candidate, then certainly we will narrow our search to the California region. But if the board's desire is a national search, then we have that capability as well because of our networking and our partners and associates in the different parts of the country. Certainly from that profile, it talks about the desired characteristics, the desired skills. What is, if the board is going to state and list, X candidate has to have this as a requirement, then that is something that we're looking for. And there is a difference between required skill set and desire. So we certainly work with the board to determine that particular profile. And certainly, as Carolyn has stated, we reach out to our partners across California and across the nation, across the country. We advertise, and one of the most important pieces that when we're doing this work is, as Carolyn alluded to, anyone can have the best resume and everything looks good on paper. Nobody puts anything that's not great on paper, but we really also focus on the informal and formal screening process. And that's to include speaking to references that may not be on that particular candidate's reference guide. And that talks a lot, so if we're talking about someone who is really a big push on assessments and curriculum, we're going to talk to the district's folks who say, what did this individual lead? What does that look like in terms of having that focus on academic achievement? Can you give us some examples? Can you give us some background in regards to initiatives and how they follow up? If the board's desire is that we're looking for a candidate that really has a huge focus on DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, what does that look like? What does that sound like? What has that individual led? What are some specific examples that we can bring? Because when we slate these candidates for the board and we tell you all that, yes, this individual has a focus on equity and inclusion and diversity, we better have backup in regards to the work that they've done. So that's part of that phase when we're looking and we're searching. In addition to the network of folks that we have our own internal processes before we slate candidates for the board.
Let me tag a minute, and maybe I'm going to expand this a little bit, because one of the things that people want to know is how you prepare candidates. And I want to make clear, we don't prepare candidates for specifics. Our goal is to send them, when you finish with your leadership profile, when you finish with the desired characteristics document that Vaughn just spoke of, the job description, we call it. When you have all of that information, and you also have our leadership profile will include all of the comments made by every subgroup, not by name, but they'll be linked, they'll be listed by what are the strengths of the district, what are the challenges, concerns of the district, what are the desired characteristics. As we're taking our notes and we're writing, we Zoom, of course, because we have to, we can't go into the district anymore, but we Zoom, we compile all that information. It will be the back end of the report, and the front of the report will be the leadership profile and other statistical kinds of things. Having said that, when we give all of this information to every candidate, and we're fortunate to have a Frontline, which is a program we use, which allows us to give every candidate the same thing. We give them all the information we have, and hoping that that will help them prepare for the interview. We don't coach. We don't have a stable of candidates. We are not looking to place anyone. We treat this as if it's brand new. Yes, we have a Frontline, we get 18,000 hits a month, but that's not what it's all about for us. This is not preparing a candidate or candidates, because if we did that and that candidate didn't measure up in terms of what you're looking for, you'd be very disappointed in us. So it's the candidate who takes the information, just like when you're preparing for the test, unless you're reading somebody else's paper, and that's what you'd be doing if we gave you the information. So we say to them, here it is, be prepared for, and then we talk about what's on the leadership profile, study it. What do they want to know? What should you prepare? So they come prepared. And that's one of the most exciting parts of the, when you interview, you'll ask questions based on what you want to know. And then the candidates will respond, and you'll be able to see the ones generally, some stand out to you more than others. That may be more than you wanted to know, but I felt that would be a good tag on to the question.
Yes, thank you.
That's really, really helpful. We have about 4 minutes left. I suppose what we probably would like to do is just ask you guys if there's anything else that you'd want to mention, or you have any questions specifically for us. Just in terms of timelines, we are going to debrief after these interviews and make some sort of decision as our next steps. And Trustee Proctor and I will reach out to all the firms to let them know what our decision is shortly.
That's
But
thoughtful. That's very
yeah.
thoughtful. Thank you.
But do you guys have any questions specifically, or anything you want to add for us?
Bonnie, you look like you might have a question.
No, I think that the trustees did a great job of those are very comprehensive questions. I think that you covered it, President Chen. I just, like I said earlier, I'm just honored to be part of this process. And should we be the selected firm, I'm not working on any other projects. I am in California, in and out. And if should there be a need to be there, I'm there. So like I said before, I'm just honored to be part of this process with the team here.
And I would say the same. I think personally, obviously, I had an opportunity to work in your district in the past, and it would be my pleasure and a personal privilege to be able to work with you. Having said that, we want you to get the best firm, the one that best matches your needs. And I think that's the other piece about this process. We all do some things alike, but we all do some things not alike. And so it's, if we don't match, then you won't pick us. But we'd welcome the opportunity to work with you. And we also have a couple of other search consultants who, should we need them, would love to join us as well. And we sometimes do bring in someone else. We don't just bring in someone. We would call your board president and say, we'd like you to ask the board if we might bring, whomever to help us with focus groups, or depending on how many there are. So we don't take liberties with bringing people into your search. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity. And this take-home test was great. You guys really helped us prepare for your questions. Thank you.
I want to thank you guys for being here. If there's nothing else, we will take our short break. But again, we'll be in touch
Thank you
shortly.
so much. Take care
Okay.
now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And as we will reconvene again, if maybe you guys want to just come back in like 7 minutes, it'd be great. Thanks. Hi, Diane, can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes, I can.
Thanks. I did realize I had put I actually did disconnect, and then I just freaked out thinking that I was going to have to reconnect. Sometimes I have to actually go out and reconnect everything before it gets.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, Joan.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank
It
you.
looks like some of your next group are here.
Yep. Dan, would you mind pulling them in, and then we'll ask Noelia for the translation, and then we'll kickstart our last one.
Hello, can you hear me and see me?
Yes,
Very-
welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. My name is Diane Willoughby. I'm running the Zoom today. We have 2 of your participants. Are you expecting anyone else?
Yes, yes, we are one more.
Okay.
It's Nicole Anderson.
Okay, I'll watch for her. And Trustee Chin, we have the same participants, so I have dismissed our translator.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I'll see where Nicole is.
Well, Bill is doing that. I think I can go ahead and introduce myself. How's that? Yes.
Sure, if you want to. I mean, we're going to start in a couple minutes, and we're going to do introductions.
Oh, okay.
But if you want, yeah.
Well, no, I'll go ahead and wait.
Okay, thank you.
I'm trying to call her phone and nothing's happening. Wonder if she's having internet.
She still has a minute.
We'll start at 3:30, and I'll keep an eye out for Nicole and add her when she's able to join.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still a little early. Okay, well, I know Nicole knows us, so I think she doesn't have to be part of the introductions, but I'm sure she'll join any second. I just want to make sure we give you guys enough time for Q&A. So why don't we just go ahead and start? We'll do a brief board introduction,
Okay.
and then we'll let you guys introduce yourselves and then take it away for any sort of, there
There's
she is.
Nicole.
Yep. You can take it away for any other introduction or highlights of the proposal or whatever, however you'd like. And then we have a bunch of questions we'd like to ask you. So,
Okay.
okay. So, so I'm Ken Chen, I'm the board president, and we'll just go down the line to whoever wants to jump in to introduce yourselves.
I'm Allison Proctor, Board Vice President. Nice to see you guys.
And Miss Warren, Board Trustee.
Shara Watkins, trustee.
Noelia Corzo, trustee.
It's nice meeting you and thank you for having us. My name is Aida Buena. I am retired after 36 years in education. Started off as a bilingual elementary teacher, middle school, and taught high school algebra and Spanish in the central area. I was a vice principal of an elementary school, and my last 8 years were that as a superintendent. So after retiring from the superintendency, I began working with McPherson and Jacobson, and this is my 6th year. And I've done approximately 15 searches throughout California and a couple out of state, Arizona and Vancouver, Washington. Bill.
Yep. My name is Bill Hewitt, and I'm also a retired superintendent and public school educator. I was a math and physics teacher in high schools in Elk Grove, and then a vice principal and a principal in middle schools and high schools for 14 years in the same district. I also was assistant superintendent there for 4 years for all the secondary schools, and then a superintendent for 16 years during my regular tenure during my 38-year career. I was superintendent in Dixon, in Lodi, where I now live, and in Berkeley for 5 years. I've been doing this for 8 years now, and I've done 22 searches. In addition to that, I also do some work with mentoring superintendents and working with boards on their governance structures, protocols, goals, and evaluations of their superintendents.
Okay, and I think you all know Nicole.
Yeah, good to see everyone. The fearless trustees of San Mateo Foster City School District. It's so good to see you. I'm excited. I know you all know me, so I'm not going to go deep into details, but I will share just a little context of my work as a search consultant. As you all know me, I primarily work in the work of educational equity and supporting districts through the great journey of meeting the needs of kids. But specifically, the work also overlaps with our search work as well. So I've had the pleasure of working with Bill and Aida and several consultants with McPherson to do multiple searches, both formal and informal. So as you all may know, that I worked for AXA prior to being a full-time consultant. And AXA is the organization that actually supports superintendents and administrators across the state. So I actually did a lot of what I call informal searches, where we worked very closely with search firms when they wanted to recruit, members from AXA. So now as an actual consultant, I've done 5 or 6 now, I think, Bill, several with Bill, several with Aida, have been really excited about, recruiting equity leaders, as we call it, but also, really talented superintendents who can really lead districts in a direction that boards really envision the work that this is best for kids. So excited to join you and just support Aida and Bill in their process. As you know, I'm super busy with the work we're doing, obviously, together, but just the search process has absolutely been an amazing, phenomenal part of this work to find leaders who can lead this work. So Aida, I'll pass it back to you.
Okay, do we have the PowerPoint, or does the district have the PowerPoint that we can bring it up?
Let's see, I think did Bill freeze?
I'm here.
Okay, Bill, are you able to share your screen?
I don't know.
You can, I think you have, yeah. I think the slides are on your computer, and if not, Aida, if you want to, I think they said we can go ahead and share our screen.
Yes, you should have permission to share your presentation directly.
Can you do it, Nicole? I didn't realize I was going to be doing it. Is it in my drive? Let me see if it's in my Google Drive.
Let me grab it. And Aida, as we're pulling it up, if you want to go ahead and get started, we'll pull it up. Because I know we're gonna do more presentation than PowerPoint, but want to just
Okay. First of all, we are a national firm with over 100 consultants throughout the United States. We have 16 consultants here in California. All have been California educators, superintendents, and or board members. I think McPherson and Jacobson is one of the few that has board members that are also consultants. We are the only firm in California that has CSBA approval in that we represent California School Boards Association. One of the things that we pride ourselves in that most of our placements for superintendent have been in their position, 75% of them have been in the position more than 5 years. So that speaks highly of our firm. We also have approximately 30% of our consultants are either women and or belong to Hispanic, Latino, African-American, or Asian ethnicity. We also believe in true transparency. We involve stakeholders in as much as possible. And all of our consultants have been working with us. Oh, I don't know. I think, Nicole, you're our youngest so far. But we've been working together. And as Nicole said, Bill, she and I have shared several different districts and have been successful in our placements. During this pandemic, I have worked with 5 school districts, and we have successfully placed candidates. And one of their biggest criteria was to address inequity in their district. So they were looking for someone who would be able to address the issues that we're facing nationwide. I don't think any of us are blind to the events that have taken place in the last year. And so we have sought and found candidates that meet that criteria. So if we don't have the slides, I think we can go on and, oh, there they are. Thank you, Nicole. I think we can, as I said, 70% of our placements have been there for 5 years or more. We can go on to the next slide. We are very different in the sense of most of the firms in the area or in California, in that we also introduce not only the traditional confidential board interview, where the board is the only one that interviews the candidates or the finalists, and you call back 1 or 2 for a second interview, but we also have a process where whereby the board interviews and has a social interaction with the candidates. We also work with stakeholder group that's identified by the board. For example, members of your teaching staff, your administrative staff, your classified, members of the community, and parents make up a stakeholder interview panel that will also ask questions of the candidates, but they do not rank the candidates. They only provide, for example, those strengths and those questions or concerns they may have of the candidates. And during the whole interview process, we then have the candidates either have coffee, lunch, or breakfast with the candidates, two board members with one of the candidates at a time, so that prior to the formal interview that you conduct with the candidates, you've already gotten to know them on a social basis. And then the other process that's used, not that much in California, but in other states, they really have a very open process where they use multiple stakeholder panels. They have a community forum where the candidates will answer 4 questions where they have 30 minutes to address, and the whole entire community can listen in to this interview of the candidates. And even when the board interviews the candidates, it's an open process. The audience is there and the board is asking questions of the candidates. So That's a process that I utilize in other states, and not so much here in California, but it's doable if that's something that the board would like. But this process is yours. You're the ones, the board is the one that chooses the interview process. We will tailor it to the wishes of the board. Next slide. Okay, we have 5 phases, you know, and different companies have different number of phases, but they're pretty much all encompass the same thing. So going to phase 1, which is the next slide. We work with the Board of Education and any groups identified by the board in one, identifying the desirable characteristics, traits that they'd like to see in this future superintendent. And we establish a criteria based on those characteristics and attributes. This criteria is then utilized to seek out candidates that meet the criteria. We also use the criteria in our application so that the candidates must write to this criteria. We, in our first meeting with the board, we established appropriate timelines and target dates for the selection process. You will want to have the superintendent start July 1. So we hope to be complete with interviews and whatnot by the end of April so that you can make your announcement at your regular board meeting in May or June as to who your next superintendent will be. The board then will determine the media, advertising media venues. In California, we normally, because it's at no cost to the district, if you're a member of EdJoin, we post our application at EdJoin. It's posted on the district website with a special link where the candidates can go to our application. We have it on our own website. And we also normally advertise in EdCal, which is part of the AXA organization. Phase 2. Bill, why don't you address this phase?
Sure. Thank you, Aida. So in phase 2, very important phase of this, we go ahead and identify with your input, various groups. I think one of the things that we're known for is engaging our stakeholders in a very meaningful way. Usually when we get hired, it's because of our work with your community and with your staff. So we will go ahead and do whatever it takes to interview all groups that you bring forward that you want to hear from, asking them the 4 questions of what is good about your community, what are some good things about your school district, what are the issues that the next superintendent will need to know. And then finally, the traditional question, what are you looking for? What are the characteristics, attributes, and skills that you're looking for in a superintendent? We put all of that together and then we report that to the board in at the end of phase 2. Also, we develop a promotional brochure, which talks about your community, your school district, gives the timeline, takes a look and puts together this criteria. We're very criteria driven, as Aida was saying before. Every part of our selection process goes back to that criteria. We share that with the candidates. We actually use it to help you make questions to ask your candidates. They have to write to it in their application. We do post that application at this time, and then we get into recruitment. And it's so important that one of the reasons we have 3 consultants working your position is because we all 3 are well connected in our circles of influence. And we thought, well, with this district, the size of this district, that we really would like all 3 of us to share in the recruitment activities throughout California. So we will actively recruit. And one of the things that's interesting about McPherson and Jacobson is we are an open table, if you will, search firm. And that means that we take all comers. We get a lot of candidates. We don't have favorites. But we do go out and encourage people. And I know that one of my colleagues was saying that when he looked at the ones that we've done, about half of the people that end up getting the jobs are actually people that we've recruited. We have a lot of talent in California that comes forward naturally, but there's also a lot of people out there who may not think they're ready or may not think this is a good fit for them. So we do a little bit of sales job of districts and encouraging highly qualified people that we think would be a good match. Then we in this phase, assist the board in the compensation parameters for the candidate, talking to the board about what may be realistic. We don't have to finalize that. It's always negotiable, but we like to have some conversation with the board about it. And of course, we talk to the applicants, the candidates. We keep them apprised of their situation. We tell them the great things about this board and this school district. And your district will be an easy sell for us. We're really looking forward that should you select us, because you're a highly desirable school district. And that's pretty much phase 2.
Want to continue into phase 3? Next slide.
Sure. Phase 3 happens after we've reached the closing date and gotten all of the applicant files in. Like I say, for your district, we would expect 30 to 60 applicants for this position. We'll read every one of the applicants' materials that they put forward. We'll judge them against the criteria and the characteristics that you have established and your stakeholders have brought up. We do reference checks. We do 3 deep reference checks. We check their references, but frankly, if they list people for reference check, it's helpful to talk to them. You find out about the candidate, but it's usually all positive. So we then will go through our own contacts, and we have 16 consultants in California, and we collaborate with them to see if they know this candidate from another search, or if they know maybe somebody in a district that this candidate worked for. So we do a lot of networking and checking beyond what the candidate references are. And then we share all of that with you. We review all the top candidates with you. We have what we call a short list of candidates we think are the most highly qualified that we think you may want to interview. It's usually more than you'll be able to interview, especially in your case, I think it is. So we have them do a preliminary interview on video, and they'll do about a 10-minute interview responding to 3 questions that we ask them. You get to view all of that, and you view electronically all the materials before you come together with us and then decide who it is that you want to interview yourselves and have your hopefully and have your stakeholders interview. And we notify all the candidates about their status and keep them engaged in the process. We develop interview questions with you during this process and get ready for the interview days.
Next phase. Okay, on phase 4, we review the interview questions with the board members and provide an interview form. On this form, you list the candidate's strengths and any questions or concerns you may have. This is the same form that we would utilize with the stakeholder interview committee, so that they can give you the strengths and the questions of each of the candidates that you as a board have selected to interview. They do not rank the candidates. They only provide feedback on the strengths and also the concerns or questions that they have. We then will assist the board in establishing the interview and visitation procedures should you want to visit your finalists or maybe the final 2 and do a visit at their school sites. We normally find that because of the extensive interview process, that's a step that we normally don't take, because boards feel very comfortable after having socialized with the candidates and after conducting the final interviews. We also provide a process for the groups to submit input, as I said, and we contact all final candidates and schedule the interview times. For example, during this pandemic, I have done, and I'm William, Bill, and Nicole, we have done both Zoom for the stakeholder groups because they're a large number of individuals, and then we have done person-to-person with the board, where we follow all the protocols for COVID safety with the masks, the sanitizers, the social distancing. So we've done both. We've actually established where we can conduct the interviews of the final candidates on a Zoom with all the stakeholders involved. And then when it's time for the board to do the final interview, We modify our social interaction, but we can still conduct a social interaction with board members and candidates, and then go on into the final interview. We keep all candidates informed of their status in the selection process. And after a selection has been made, we personally contact each of the finalists to let them know the results. Your final candidate, we will conduct a criminal, financial, and credential verification background check on your next superintendent. Next. Okay. Under phase 5, we work with you and the new superintendent and establish performance objectives for the superintendent. In this way, in the first year, we ask that they not be inundated with 20 performance objectives, but let's keep it to a number that they can at least manage, i.e. anywhere between 3 to 6 performance objectives based on your performance goals. We also provide a guarantee. If for any reason within a 2-year period, you're not satisfied, or, you know, God forbid something happened and the candidate have to withdraw after a year and a half, then we will come and conduct the search again at no cost other than expensive. So during this time, we also will keep in contact with the board president and with the superintendent for a year to ensure every quarter that things are moving smoothly, or if we can address any questions or concerns. We also provide at no additional charge revising or updating this superintendent job description if it should be needed. We also you will assist in developing an effective contract, but we know that most boards utilize their attorneys on or the firms that you have, lawyers, and we assist in any negotiating the final contract with the finalists, i.e. for example, if you should have any questions, but again, that's usually handled by the lawyers of the district. And we, as I said, we will arrange for on-site visits to the finalists' home community should the board wish to have 2 board members go and visit that community. The timeline for the search is established when we meet with you the very first time. I think you'll find that we will keep in constant contact with the board president and board members, whether that's a telephone call, an email, and we will update the board during four different board meetings. The first one is when we establish the criteria and the objectives, and then the second one is when we give you a report on the stakeholder input that we receive. Then when we work with you in developing the application, advertising venues, and the interview questions, and then the selection of the finalists that you're going to be interviewing, and then when you actually interview the candidates. And the final one, of course, was in phase 5 when we established the performance objectives. Okay, the investment for phase 1 through 5 is $18,500. The expenses in addition to consulting fee will not exceed $21,700. Now, because of COVID, the costs that are incurred by the consultants has really gone down. Much saving has come to play because of our ability to do Zoom meetings. We have online meetings, media advertising, which is selected by the board, the video interviews for 5 candidates. So if you want, if we need to bring you more candidates, then there's a slight additional cost to that. The expenses also include copying, postage, any long distance telephone charges, travel and associated expenses for the consultants to the district, and the fees for criminal and financial background check for the final candidate. If you'd like to have more than one candidate have that background check, then there's an additional cost to that. And those costs then go above and beyond what we guarantee on this investment. Next. Okay. One of the differences with McPherson and Jacobson is transparency. We truly believe in bringing forward the community throughout the process. There's the sustainability and leadership. And as I said, the high involvement of all stakeholders. I know that as a board, you seek input from your community and your stakeholders. You want them to be involved, and many of your community wants to be involved. So I salute you in bringing forth that community to as many of your board meetings as possible. Okay, questions? Or Bill and Nicole,
Okay.
have I left anything out?
Yeah, I think I wanted to just add one piece, which I think is important. I know there's a lot to remember. And if you select McPherson, of course, this is a process you'll get walked through again. It's a lot of things you heard today. It's like, again, like drinking water from a fire hose. It's a lot of information. But one thing I want to say, this is really important, is this is the most important decision you'll make as a board. As you know, having, I call it a bittersweet moment of having a superintendent who's retiring and obviously has been a part of what your focus is in addressing not only equity, but also, you have funding that you've, obtained through bond measures and through trying to open new schools, and you have a very active community. And so having a leader who's going to be able to come in and not only complement the work that obviously your outgoing leadership has created, but also bringing even new, more innovative ideas is a whole nother level of leadership. And so saying that to say, what I appreciate about our work is actually, looking at recruitment through the lens of what the board is looking at in terms of the criteria for your one employee, right? Because this is the most important decision you'll make. And so I think that is so critical. And what I just appreciate is the ability to be able to say, hey, when we recruit, we're looking for someone who can lead for equity, right? Not someone who just says, hey, I come from a background where there's been a diverse group of kids, and maybe there's been some sense of what we think equity is, but true equity leadership. And I think that's important when you talk about how you create the criteria for who you want to hire moving forward. So I appreciate working with ID and Bill in that, because part of it is we're criteria driven, right? It's not about what we think is the best superintendent for you. It's about what you envision. And then we go and recruit and match to that standard and that criteria.
Yeah, I wanted to also mention that I think I mentioned in my part that we're really known for engaging your stakeholders. A lot of firms do it the way that we've always done it now. We encourage you very much to include your stakeholders in this process in a confidential way. But we think you're served better as a board by a firm that knows how to do that and has a lot of experience doing that, of bringing stakeholders into the process in an appropriate way. They don't choose the next superintendent, but they give you the strengths and the concerns. I like to say they'll let you see the candidate through their individual lens. And that's very helpful for a board of education. And as Nicole is saying, that our company's committed to equity. That's really our calling, our trademark and our calling card in California. And we've placed more than half of our candidates that we've placed have either been people of color or women. And large numbers of candidates access us from a variety of backgrounds because they understand what we're about. So we do, I know that's a bit of a sales pitch, but it's the reason why Nicole, Aida, and myself are working for this company, really, is because we believe in diverse leadership and being able to access all the talents in California for your very best leader.
Great, thank you guys. We have a number of questions, and so I was going to let the trustees go ahead and we'll just start shooting off those questions. Thank you.
Okay.
And we do have we do have about 20 minutes for all of our questions. Thank you.
I'll start us off. So the first question is, if you would mind sharing an example of working with a district that was heavily focused on student achievement with an equity lens. What process did you use to engage a diverse set of community stakeholders? How did the search go? What was the outcome is part A. So kind of essentially walking us through a case study of sorts around that piece. And then the second part of that question is then to think about how you would do that with our district. So how would you engage the community in our district and ensure that we have a diverse pool of candidates from which to choose, again, focused on that student achievement with an equity lens?
Yeah, I think it'd be good if it was one that 2 out of 3 of us worked on at least. So that would, I think matches, ladies, Albany comes to mind. West Sacramento comes to mind. Gee, I don't know. What else, ladies, do you think?
Old Adobe.
Yeah, Old Adobe would be one that was interested in equity as well. So which one do you want to choose?
Well, I'll jump in if you don't mind. I think one in particular that I'd love to share is probably Washington, which is in West Sacramento. And although it's a K-12 district, I think to answer your question, Trustee Watkins, is the process, right? And so I think it's beginning with the board, right? To establish, well, what does equity mean to you? Because when we go to recruit, we want to make sure that matches, right? And so actually hearing that definition was part of the process from the board. And then when we set the criteria with the board, we really sketched out what is that language that you want to place in that brochure and your advertisements to say, hey, we want an equity leader. And one thing we made sure of is we highlighted that, like literally that was the first bullet point. Because a lot of times you'll have one criteria that outweighs the others, right? So it's important that if you want to say we want to focus on an equity leader, what we actually did is made that the focus in terms of our criteria. So that outweighed everything else, if that made sense when it came down to even interviewing. It came down to, okay, which candidate actually meets that equity leadership criteria, because that's what we really want, even though you may have multiple people that have multiple experiences, right? And so that was one piece. And I think to answer your question about the process as well is the recruitment. And so I think, and I kind of shared this earlier, is that the intentionality of looking for people who have proven that they have done this work versus, as I mentioned, the criteria of sometimes like they worked in a diverse urban setting, right? So those are very different from someone who's an equity leader, who's been intentional, who has implemented practices that have yielded some progress in equity. So I hope that helps a little bit. And I think Washington Unified is probably one that was a really good case study. That obviously it's a newer one because that person started, they've been there about 2 months now, but it definitely was something where it was not like the search that started that stakeholder engagement. That work started before they actually did the search, because the superintendent who was leaving was actually kind of similar to your situation. They were already a part of that work. Right. So having a task force, doing workshops with the board is very similar, where it was front loaded before you went and hired this person, so that it wasn't some shock to the community that we're going to hire someone who's going to focus on equity. So I think that's a very important concept to consider too in that process. So that was Washington Unified. But I would probably say the same for Old Adobe, Albany, very different districts, but very similar in terms of what the board envisioned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think that Washington Unified is a really good example of the process too, because, and I think, we learned from that too, don't you think, Nicole? Because we had all kinds of options for them. And then we learned as we went along, we gave them a lot of really good candidates, and they had to struggle a little bit. They had to struggle with, do we really mean it when we say we're looking for an equity leader? The leader they got is an outstanding superintendent and is an outstanding equity leader. But they had so many good, qualified, experienced candidates that it was a struggle for them. And so we actually, Board Member Watkins, had to modify their process a little bit at the end. And we're flexible in doing that when need be. We need to serve you so that you can make the selection you feel comfortable with. But I remember with them that they came down to 2 outstanding candidates, and we had to take some time, and we had to allow a subcommittee to do a little more examination of the equity context of each of them. And then in the end, they made a great decision, and they're doing just fine. So I think that your question's really important about the process. It starts with the criteria, as Nicole said, and we'll start with you right away with that.
Did that help, Trustee Watkins, in answering that question? That was a great question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I think Trustee Corzo, want to go ahead?
You're on mute.
Thank you. That's not double mute yourself. Sorry, I'm getting over not feeling well. what does your firm know about improvement science in school district work, and what improvement science researchers does your firm align with? How do you use this concept in fielding candidates?
Bill?
So was the question improvement science? Is that what she was asking? Okay, a great question. So we all are schooled in, probably the best way to explain it is Deming's continuous improvement process. Having implemented that in school districts across California, and also a lot of people know me through my work and leadership in the Western Association of Schools and Colleges, where I've developed the criteria and the process for evaluating schools. That has all to do with the improvement process. We examine closely how do they make decisions, how do they look at data, how do they put action plans into place. You actually get to see a little bit of that right after you select the superintendent, because we'll come back after a month or two and help you start that process out, start you along the way with establishing goals and looking at evaluation cycles. So we're well schooled in improvement process. And I'd say, if I could make it simple, that we believe in the continuous improvement process that uses data, evaluation, and an assessment of critical data using goals and objectives and action plans.
Yeah, and I'll say, I think there's a lot of different approaches to improvement. So I like, Carnegie's kind of version of their improvement science. I know people have adapted it to really look at system change over time, which you all know that I often talk about utilizing the Peter Senge's work and really looking at how do you look at a system at multiple levels, but also how do you measure the impact of that system. And so I think the improvement science research is always powerful to infuse in leadership, but keeping in mind there are lots of different approaches to creating system change. And I think, as we go back to looking for an equity leader, that's an important piece that we would say, hey, how much do they know about that, right? So that would be a question that we'd also ask, what research have they used to create change? And because most districts obviously are in that, all districts are in the process of that LCFF, LCAP kind of process, the whole spirit of improvement, continuous improvement is one thing, but to be intentional about how to do that is, I love that you brought it up, because that's a criteria that we would, include in our questioning and our recruitment of the leaders to lead your district. So I really appreciate that question too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, the first part of my question was the success rate, but you've already answered that. And it's fairly impressive, which is amazing and great. The follow-up question to that, though, would be, how are candidates evaluated for goodness of fit for a district? And then what would an unsuccessful candidate say about working with your company?
Who wants to take that one?
I'll start off and you guys can follow it up. And if you can repeat the second part of the question, I think you said, how do we evaluate the candidates to
for the goodness of fit for the district? And then the second part of that question is, what would an unsuccessfully placed candidate say about working with you and your firm?
Okay. I think, well, we've said it a couple of times. It's the criteria that you as the board have established. What is it that you're looking for in a superintendent? And then we look at the candidates that best fit that criteria, or we also know of candidates that are ready and to step into the role, or there have been superintendents who are now who meet that criteria that's been established. So that's the first part of the question. So we look at the criteria that the board has established, and we see the candidates to see if there's that fit. Second part is, what will those candidates that are not successful in meeting the criteria? I think one of the things that that I can say is, They didn't fit the criteria for your district, but they may fit a criteria in another district. So we let them know, there has to be a fit. If there isn't a fit between the candidate and the board and the board and the candidate, but it's a good candidate, then there's going to be another district where they will make that fit. And we let them know. We don't, keep them hanging, saying, hey, maybe next time. We let them know, hey, this just wasn't a fit.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Oh, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, and I would say, board member Warren, that your question was, what would they say, the candidates that weren't successful, say about their experience with us? And a lot of them I stay in touch with, and they're very appreciative that they were treated fairly, that we gave them lots of opportunity to understand the district and to, these are growth experiences. These are really growth experiences for all the candidates, and they may, I often coach a number of candidates and say, here's what they're looking for, and kind of work with them as they go through, because we want to put as many well-qualified, well-prepared candidates in front of you as possible. And so they appreciate it. They really appreciate the help that we've given them and the forthrightness and the honesty that we deal with them. Some districts are meant for some candidates and some are meant for others. And I oftentimes talk to candidates about, where your strengths lead you to be an effective leader. And the candidates, by and large, they've oftentimes given me feedback how much they appreciated my coaching, my care, and my, my mentoring in a way. Yeah.
And Lisa, I think to answer your question too, because it's a hard one. I mean, there's no perfect firm, right? And I think one of the things that I appreciate what Bill just said about the learning curve, right, is that as we learn the personality of school boards, right, there's some things that are out of our control. We could say is a great fit. And then as you all know, you may have heard there's a board that just completely resigned recently, right? It's like, how would that superintendent have known that, right? Yeah. But I'll give you a specific example, which was an interesting one where I don't think this applicant would say it was a bad experience, but in the end, we were very reflective about, was this the best match for this district? And it was a person of color, a woman, who was placed in a district, what we call up in the mountains. And I'll just leave it at that. And looking back, I would say as a firm, we were very reflective on that may have not been the best match, but in the name of trying to create a diverse perspective, right, and give that to that board. And the board actually was like very open to like, let's bring in diverse candidates. But what I think we missed was that wasn't the best match because that community was not ready for, in this case, it was an African-American woman, right? Where we were trying to diversify the workforce, but it was not ready. And so I would say she wouldn't necessarily say it was a bad experience, but I could say if we all sat and talked, we would say, if we could do this again, what would we have done differently to better understand the readiness of the community for a diverse candidate? And I think that was one where I'm always thinking about, like, how can you make sure that applicants and candidates have a better experience with McPherson? Because in the end, it didn't work out well in the long run, right? And I think that ended up having to be another search done, which I think, but in the end, it also was, everyone was trying to do the right thing, but there's those unintentional consequences of the readiness. And, so I'll leave it at that, but that maybe was an example of where it's like, were they really happy? And we didn't feel good about it. I'll put it like that. We're like, oh, we got to be better. But we're all trying to do the right things. I think that was really
Nicole. I'm glad you bring that example up because we do work as a team together. And when one of our searches doesn't work out for the long run, we all share notes on it and say, how can we learn from this? And we all know no firm can tell you that all of their placements have worked. It just isn't the case. But if you have as high a percentage as we do, and frankly, some other firms are good firms out there, then that's the kind of culture that we build, as a learning culture, a culture where we're working with the candidates and we're working with the districts, and we want to make sure that we're learning about how to serve you and get a good fit for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I had a question that just revolved around bandwidth and workload, and so I was curious to know how many other superintendent searches you have going on at this time, and if there's any others in San Mateo County at this time. And then if you could let us know roughly how many or which districts you've worked with in San Mateo County over the past couple of years.
Sure. So I think that San Carlos is in the county. Is that correct? Yeah, and I'm leading that search, and Nicole's working with me on it currently. In the past, most of my searches have been in the East Bay and in Central California and in the Monterey Bay area. But I've done a lot I've done many in the East Bay area, Albany, not far from you, New Haven, Newark. You know, done 22 searches, so I kind of lose track of some of them after a while.
And
but yeah, right now we were selected to do San Carlos. And you know, sometimes boards worry about you, oh, you're doing another search at the same time. And I understand that. And I try not to do many at all. You know, I'd really like doing one at a time, but sometimes it's important to start one, then get one other one going. If we receive this search, I know, or probably all three of us, we're not going to take any others until we complete them.
And I'm completing. I have finished two searches, so I'm open. I don't have other searches going on at the present time. And I have not worked in your area, but I have worked in the Monterey area. I just completed a search in Vancouver, Washington, and have done the Central Valley and down south by the border. I've worked a couple of searches there and the Central Valley. So, and that's why I'm the lead for this one, because I have nothing else on my plate.
Yeah, and Trustee Proctor, I want to say too, what a great question about two things: the proximity of another search in your county, but also just bandwidth. And I know that I always, you know, talk about how I really appreciate having teammates to do this work, because I'm the not retired person, so I am more busy typically. But the searches do take a lot of time, but they also are, you know, when being retired, there's a different level of ability to really give that attention. So I love what Aida said, like, you know, I have the time to do this, and it's a passion of ours. I want to say that it's not a job. It's literally, I would say I like to do this for fun, because it is absolutely the most amazing process to work with, recruiting new leaders for school districts. But to answer your other question about searches in the area, because I think this is always important to recognize that boards should share concern about like what that looks like in terms of competition. What does that look like in terms of bandwidth? But I want to just remind you of this. This process is criteria driven. So what that means is there's the best fit for San Mateo Foster City, right? The fit for San Carlos could be very different for you. And I believe it's very different for you just from what I already know. So I say that to say that there really isn't a competition, but also the blessing is that because of doing multiple searches in proximity, what happens is your pool of candidates, remember, you only hire one person, right? So, I mean, we've been in spaces where we have 50 applicants, right? Like 49 of them aren't going to get that job. So what that means is between the three of us and there's folks you don't see on the line, there's a pool of applicants who are absolutely ready, and I have some I can think of right now. But the reality is it has to be based on your criteria and through the process you go through. And there's only one best fit for you that may not be the best fit for someone even right next door, literally. And you'll find it's very interesting. So I want to say that so it kind of put your mind at ease around, like, what does that mean when there's multiple searches going on? And I want to remind you too, this is retirement season right now. So there's a lot of searches that will be going on. And it just kind of is what it is. You can't control that, but there's going to be a lot going on during this time. So I want you to be mindful that you still have the best match for San Mateo Foster City. And that's what, you know, literally is always going to be the process that kind of leads. So.
Great. Thank you, guys. I know we're just about out of time, but I do have one question, and actually you answered one of them already, but just in terms of the pricing of the proposal, it's 21.7 is the max price, but it includes 2 days of online stakeholder meetings from the proposal.
Yeah,
well, it's going to be more than that, because during Zoom we have done a week, 2 weeks to ensure that we get as many groups as you identify and you want us to speak to, and we we hold, for example, a Spanish-speaking community group in the evening so that your Spanish-speaking community can become involved. If there's another language you'd like us to do, we'd probably need someone to translate. I think it's Chinese, Mandarin. That's your other dual immersion program. And so we hold as many of the meetings, because they no longer are on site, but in the Zoom community, we can hold many more versus just having 2 days. I mean, that would be 2 days of travel.
I think one way to look at that as a guideline, it is a useful guideline, but we've never charged for additional stakeholder meetings, and we've done all the stakeholder meetings that a board has ever wished us to do. Of course, within reason, but I think that's really only there. I wish they would just put it as a guideline, you know, but for whatever reason, the way the
That's okay. I'm glad you're clarifying that.
yeah,
So,
there will not be an additional charge within reason, of course, but there's but you know, if it takes you know, if it takes us a week, even 2 weeks to get it all in, that'll be fine. The Zoom meetings just don't line up the same as they used to when you came into a district and you had every hour something scheduled. It just doesn't work that way anymore.
Okay. Thank you guys. We're about out of time, but I know we're a couple minutes over. Do you have any sort of last minute questions or comments that you want to make for the board? We are going to be debriefing shortly, and we'll make a decision pretty soon today, I think. So we, either Trustee Proctor or I, we will definitely be in contact with you guys one way or another. But if there's anything that you guys want to close or anything, or ask a question, you can do it now, or
do you have anything, Aida?
Well, I just want to say, thank you to the board for allowing us to make the presentation. I know that you strongly look for community outreach. You want stakeholder input. And the other thing is, we will look for someone that can also carry on all the bond measures that you have, the parcel tax, and ensure that the next individual will be there to open your 22nd school.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did have that comment that I don't know if the other board members know of my background in school construction and supervision of facilities, but it's extensive. And that's going to be an element of who you hire. Having come from the fastest growing school district in California, Elk Grove, and then when I was in Lodi, we built 10,000 seats for students. So, so that's another little aspect of one of the things you get with these consultants is that expertise. But I just wanted to thank everybody as well. Whatever group you select, and there are a lot of fine firms out there. I hope that they serve your needs the best, just like you want your superintendent to serve the children's needs and the family's needs the best. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you guys. And thanks for coming to the interview with us. So with that, we'll say goodbye. And then for the board, the question is, maybe what we do is maybe take a 5-minute break just to allow everybody to get off, and then we will reconvene for our debrief. So why don't we just come back at 4:30 for everybody, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have time after this for us to reach out to the firms?
Yeah.
Okay. sure Trustee Corzo and Trustee Warner coming in any second.
I'm on audio for right now, and I'll be on video shortly.
Okay, no problem. Great. Nice, Trustee Warner.
Yeah, you'd think I'd be used to Zoom by now. You're into this, and yet I still talk and forgetting I'm on mute.
It's
No, I was
okay.
just saying I'm organizing all other aspects of my life at the same time. So
Yep.
most of them are board related. So
Yes.
crazy.
No, I know it is, especially when we're doing these board meetings actually during the daytime working hours and family hours. Okay, so we are, I guess, reconvening our public meeting. We have normally whenever I've done interview panels, this is the time where we've always sort of debriefed and we've actually scored candidates or consultants through the process, and usually one comes out on top. In this case, doing everything by Zoom and by a public meeting, it's a little different, and I feel like we, in some ways, it's a lot harder. The question that I have is, do we want to go around and talk about, the pluses and minuses of each firm, or do you guys want, does someone feel strongly enough and said, I really want this firm, or, we can vote on it, or how would you guys like to proceed? Ultimately, we do need a motion to actually approve the execution of or select one of these firms. So I'm open to any ideas at all. If you guys want to proceed, or if someone says, no, I really like this one firm and we're ready to vote. It's up to you guys. Thoughts, recommendations? We can go down.
I don't mind discussing each of the firms and just, briefly highlighting what we liked, what we didn't like about each.
Sure.
And then
Sure.
That way I feel like we can all make our decision just a little bit better with all the input.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. And why don't we go in order in terms of, we'll go through the consultant interview order that we had. Just one note that when Trustee Proctor and I actually met with each of them, we did do it in an informal basis, and just as an introductory to like who our district is. We explained our demographics and the population, the number of schools we have, the different things like our different bond measures, our equity and sanctuary task force, and all that stuff. And so we did explain it, and we did ask them to sort of think about case studies and also to do sort of really explain the community outreach. And even though we might have mentioned that several times, I don't necessarily know if there's one firm that actually really followed our maybe not hints or instructions, but I think they all kind of got there to some degree. So, so with that, why don't we just start talking about leadership, and we can kind of go down the line of stuff that we liked and we didn't like, some pros and cons of each of them. Does anyone want to go first, or?
I can.
Okay.
I felt Leadership Associates clearly did their homework and incorporated it into the presentation, and just made it very evident that they're like, hey, you've got all this going on, you've done all this, we can find somebody that can carry on the work. Just basically my overall impression was they were very professional. They appeared very confident that they could do what we needed them to do. And like I said, they had done their research on our district and realized what we would need. I was impressed with the fact that one of the consultants was bilingual in Spanish, and therefore, potentially eliminating any need for a translator when they're doing the community engagement. I just feel like that's a little bit more personal. I mean, I love our translators, but I feel like anytime you can have a native speaker as part of the discussion, I feel like that helps. I did like the fact that Mark Ecker works is a professor and is a doctoral candidate advisor. And the fact that he was the only one out of all 3 interviews that seemed to understand Noelia's question about improvement science. And I was just kind of waiting for the other candidates to discuss that. They just seemed very solid. I liked the idea that they're transparent and wanting to use and focus on inclusion and equity. And, I also appreciated the fact that they develop their own in-house stable of candidates as well as looking out. So I felt like that really was beneficial. I could go on and on, but I'll let somebody else speak.
I could just share. I agree with Trustee Warren. I also like that they're located in California and they focus on California schools. They said just in their proposal that they've completed more than 550 searches for California schools, and so I thought that was great. And they mentioned a couple of times their success rate in having, over 85% or so of superintendents have stayed for over 5 years. So I thought that showed that they have a track record of finding the right fit. I also liked not only are they located in California and they focus on California, but they have a national reach through their different affiliations and stuff. So I thought that was something good to note. And before they even met us with their proposal, they explicitly put their diversity policy in their proposal, which I thought was a nice touch and really shows that that's something that they value and not something that they waited for us to say is important and then put it in later. So I thought they were very professional as well, and I thought they did a great job.
We're just doing one at a time, right? Just leadership. Maybe I should have spoken up earlier because I feel like I definitely have a strong leaning. So it's hard for me to go through them.
You could just, it's open discussion. I mean, this is how structure, so whatever you want.
Okay, so just to put it out there, to me, McPherson stood out among clearly in the interview process. I felt like they specifically answered the questions. They were the only ones that actually really gave a case study when asked. And I felt like really, and really, okay, I'm gonna have to, okay, hey. And really, sorry, I have 2 toddlers next to me. And really also, I don't know, just we're really, I feel like hyper focused on the equity piece of things and sourcing for equity, which I feel like is a huge focus of our district and the work of our board and something that we're really committed to. And I think that they have a track record in doing that, which to me just speaks volumes in terms of kind of where we're going. I think for the reasons that you guys mentioned, I think leadership and why am I blanking on the name of the other one? The other two firms, I think did, I think that they all bring, the second firm has a history with our district and, doing this search for our district, and leadership, I think, has a pretty good track record. I don't know. I think we're trying to do something different, and my concern with it, and I guess I see McPherson as being able to do that. So to me, it feels very, I feel very much set in that, or this kind of solidifies that for me. So yeah, I guess I'll just say that, but if folks kind of want to continue going through the, each of them and kind of talking through them, of course, that's totally fine, but that's definitely where I stand.
I'll go last.
Sure. Well, okay, might as well just talk about all three then at the moment. Leadership, I do think that they're very experienced. I thought they presented very well. I think that there's an advantage that they're California, that they have a lot of experience actually in our county. It seemed to be like I wouldn't say they had a monopoly last year, the last couple of years, but they have done a lot of our districts right around us. So I feel like they pretty much know in some ways or have some experience with our area. I did like that the lead was actually bilingual, which I thought was very good. I also like their mindset, the way they talked about it was what's right with the district. It was the mindset of the superintendent. It was the idea that they're not necessarily looking for, a candidate who would come in here and say, oh, I know all this stuff, I know this, and I know this. It's about, if they didn't know things, if they would be actively willing to sort of search and look for answers. So I like that. I did like them. I do think that they came off very well. There is one thing about leadership is that, which I like, is that they also, as leadership, they have sort of the extension arm of their business, which they do help train other superintendents that are up and coming. So so this might be referred to as internal or favorite candidates that they might present to us. When I did some back checking with some other districts, there are ways to get around it to make sure that they don't only just present their own candidates. So I think we could get around that if that was an issue. But overall, I did like them. I did like how they came across as well. HYA, I'll just go through it so this way, shorten the time so we don't keep on going to every single person. HYA, I thought they were also really good. One thing that I actually liked that they did mention that was different from others is that their board portal, which they talked about, that everything that they received and everything that they're working on, I imagine it's sort of like our Google Doc or Google Docs file where you could just open it up at any time and just look and see what's going on. So I would assume that any candidates that come in, we could, 24/7, in the middle of the night, just go ahead and start reviewing things if we want to. I did like that. Let me see, they did have a really good, 85% have still stayed as a superintendent for the last 5 years. I liked how they talked about the fit and how really it's really what the board wants. I mean, I think generally all of them would do that, but I got the feeling like they wouldn't play favorites. They really go out and they say like, okay, they don't prepare the candidates. They look here's everything that the board wants. Here's, do you guys fit? Do you guys work? They'll do some background checks, but I did feel like it was good. The optional services was a little bit tough because if you actually go through the whole proposal, there's different places where they've actually added additional costs. So like, and granted, I tried to get out of this, but out of them, but on their engagement phase, they said that they would do up to 4 individual consultant days for interviews, but then any additional day would be $1,000 a day extra. So to me, I feel like, in comparison to the other ones about the pay, it was a little less sort of flexible per se, or like there wasn't a top end fee. I felt like there might be some additional costs that we might not know of or might come across. And I'm all for paying for things that are sort of valuable for us. But that was just one of the things that just in relation to cost. But overall, I thought that they would do well too. And they do have some experience with us as well, specifically or just our last search as a whole. And then McPherson, I like how they actually, I'm not sure what it takes to get sort of CSBA approved, but the fact that CSBA has sort of vetted them and, has looked at them. So I would imagine that they're very close to CSBA as a whole. And so all the things that we hear about at the conference and everything else, all the things that we do, I feel like there's a little bit more of alignment there. I did like, they have some innovative things, which they mentioned, which I thought was really good. They talked about the meals before the final interview. I thought that was interesting, that they actually highly suggest that we all get together. I mean, obviously this may be pre-COVID, but you know, how we do this is just to get to know the superintendent on a different level. I thought that was interesting. I also really liked the stakeholder forum that they talked about before the final interview. They said they haven't done it here, but they've done it, you know, in different places across the nation, which I thought was really interesting. So like, let's just say if we narrow it down to the top 4, we actually have an open forum for our community. I thought that would be really good because it'd be really interesting to see how the superintendents answer questions directly from our community. And I thought that was really interesting. They also don't play favorites for candidates. I also really did like them as well. So ultimately, I did like, you know, if I had to put, you know, the top 2, I would say sort of leadership and McPherson for me. But overall, I thought they all did pretty well. There's just little minor differences here and there.
I think if we just think about like who answered the questions best, I feel like to me there was a clear front runner, and to me that was McPherson. I also feel like they answered the case study question, I guess, best. I think I don't know, I guess can you guys clarify for me? So because we already work with Nicole and she would be working on this, you guys checked in about that, right?
I did, yeah. So I did check with legal counsel, and legal counsel, I explained Nicole's relationship with us, and they felt that she was like obviously a district consultant. However, you know, this would be for district consultant for one specific task in some ways, and what this would be, there's sort of a line in the sand. This is like a board consultant, and it's for something that's completely different. So in legal's perspective, they thought there's no conflict of interest. So that's why I felt comfortable with making sure that we could go ahead and interview them.
Okay, and then can you remind me, who would it be? Nicole that would be our lead if we hired? No, wouldn't, right?
No, I believe it's Ada. Ada is our lead.
Okay, and I wasn't super clear on whether she speaks Spanish, but I think that she does, but I should have asked that. Because I think
she said she does.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think if I just think about like who I think did best and who I feel like would get us the most interesting candidates, like I think it's a plus that Nicole is working with us and can work with Ada in terms of like, you know, giving information about like what our district needs, and I think that's like a plus. I understand that it can be seen as kind of like a conflict, even though legally it's not one. But I would say I would want to go with them, but I really want to hear what everyone else thinks, because I know you just shared about one, so I would just love to hear from everyone.
I actually thought that the interview today with McPherson, I felt like they presented themselves the most strong out of the other candidates. Now, Ken and I had a conversation with all the firms before, so I kind of went into it not really knowing who was going to come out stronger in this time that we have. I did like that they shared how they placed a superintendent that actually didn't work out, and how they kind of went through that process, and where they kind of, even though it didn't work out, they talked about how they would focus, they need to shift their focus and what would be right for that school district and the community rather than, on paper what looks the best. So I thought that sharing that, although it was like a time that didn't work out for them, I thought that was a nice way to see their process. But I did find their 1 hour time slot the most engaging and appreciated the questions that they answered and the information they shared.
Okay, well, I'm going to flat out say I was not impressed at all with Hazard Young and Associates. I felt that they came in unprepared, even though they knew basically what the criteria was going to be. It didn't seem like they did a whole lot of research on our district, but fell back on the fact that they were the ones who did the previous superintendent search. I wasn't impressed with how they answered your question, Trustee Corzo. It just felt like they were punting back and forth and then finally decided it was about science and not improvement science. So that had me really concerned that they really didn't understand where we wanted to go in terms of our focus with a superintendent search. So quite honestly, because, and then, the fact that Vaughn referred to Foster City as Foster. And he did that and then finally corrected himself. And I'm like, okay, if you really did the research, you'd know that it's called Foster City. So it was just like another evidence that, they really didn't look closely at what we're about and what we're going through. So that was, I just basically, I'll be honest, kind of stopped listening closely because I had pretty much already written them off in my mind. McPherson and Jacobson, I really felt like Leadership Associates and McPherson and Jacobson were are very close in terms of, who to choose. It's helpful that Aida has taught bilingual elementary and then also taught a whole algebra class in Spanish, which, algebra in itself sometimes is its own language. So to me, that felt really impressive. I like that they consult with the 16 other consultant, or all of the 16 consultants consult with each other. And they also had a pretty impressive success rate. And definitely they outlined their process very in depth, which I felt was good. I was concerned that Bill is working already on the San Carlos search, not from a standpoint of a conflict of interest per se, but he's working on he would be working on 2 searches within the county. And you can say one thing, how it won't necessarily affect how you go about your search. And at the same time, I think there's some unstated bias and maybe even unrecognized bias and difficulties in making that decision. So, I mean, that bandwidth on the workload concerned me. I also feel that, I love Nicole Anderson. I'm just going to put that out there right now. But I do also feel like there might be a perceived conflict of interest with her having already worked with us on equity work, which she's done a phenomenal job. I'm just thinking about perception with the community and the fact that, right now we are trying so hard to rebuild trust within the community. I feel like we need to consider that as well. So I really feel like my choice would be Leadership Associates. I really liked their presentation. I felt that they were solid candidates. There's nothing to be perceived in terms of any type of conflict. I liked the fact that they are completely all-inclusive in their price as well. I recognize they're not the least expensive, but I feel like we'd get the most bang for their buck with that. Also, they are coming in with an idea of what you're like, how to access these different equity groups. I know that one gosh, what am I looking for? I am so sorry, I can't think of the word. But like they were talking about how they would speak with the DLAC or address the DLAC committee, and I'm sure vicariously, address the ELAC committees and communities. So I feel like in my mind they're the strongest candidate.
Well, we do need a sort of a motion and everything. I think that it sounds like it's going to come down to McPherson or leadership. I think that, I just looking on the San Carlos website, so I guess this is the advantage of us doing this stuff in real time and have access to this, is that obviously San Carlos is a month ahead of us. They already have their timeline out and they're about to go into, I believe, some of their outreach already. So I don't know, it would be a different stage, but they are very close to us. I mean, they're essentially one district away. Does anybody else want to provide the comments, anything you want to say, or do you guys want to vote? Up to you guys. I think I personally feel like, as I mentioned to them, that it's sort of a two-way street, for consulting interviews compared to like, doing the project that's a little bit or something. We're interviewing them as much as they're interviewing us. And, we have responsibility to them as they do to us. And we need to find out who's really going to work with us the best. And I, again, I'm sorry, I just harper on our last consultant, which Alice and I worked with Measure T, but we had a really good relationship with TBW. They're super responsive. They were right there. They knew exactly what we wanted. And I kind of look for that as well, because that's what I believe helped make it successful. So, in the end, I think both of them would be fine. I think they'd be good. I don't know if you guys want to have some other thoughts, or just someone want to make a motion and we can vote and move on, or what are your thoughts?
Before we move on, I did want to say, like, coming into today, I was thinking like it's best to have a firm that's like not associated with us and we've never, used them before and whatever. And then I also thought, well, we want the best superintendent, and I was nervous about the San Carlos matter, but I think what I've settled on is we want the best superintendent for us, for our district. And I think our district's very different than San Carlos, and what might be the best for them is not going to be the same as what we're looking for. So I like both of those firms. I think there's a comfort level because we know Nicole. So that's, could be seen as a positive or a negative depending on how you look at it. But I would feel comfortable with either of those firms. And really just want whoever is going to provide us with exactly what we need for our district.
I'll just chime in. I already shared kind of my preference, so I'm happy to put a motion on the table if there's no other comments. But I guess I don't feel as comfortable with both. I really also, to Trustee Proctor's point, really, I was kind of coming in open slate, open to, really seeing how folks responded to our questions. And I'll be honest, I was disappointed in leadership's responses and expected more based on kind of what they submitted. I felt like they were not answers to our specific questions really at all. And I felt like I didn't get a good sense of the ways in which they would again, like I'm thinking about what our ultimate goal is and like trying to filter out the noise around that. And our ultimate goal is really we have committed to student achievement with an equity lens. Like that is what we are focused on. And for me, the only people that spoke to that in a real way, both having a track record in doing that and in that being really a priority, not just in words. A lot of them spoke to how they do that in words, but in actual action was McPherson. And so I guess it makes sense to me that I think it's like it's related, but kind of tangential, the fact that Nicole is working with them. But I think it makes sense given why, I guess, likely she might be attracted to them for the same reason that we are considering them, because of the equity lens. And so, and to me, like the conflict around that, it's very different from another type of conflict, right? So to have pushback from the community, like, oh, you have somebody working with equity that's now supporting you to find a superintendent around equity, like that's bad. That to me doesn't really match up, right? Like, yes, we're working on equity and we want a superintendent that's focused on equity. And I'm happy to really stand behind that. But yeah, I wasn't, I don't know, I guess I have like more concern about moving forward with leadership than the rest of the board seems to have. So I just want to throw that out there before we vote. But I personally don't feel super comfortable based on the interview, based on the application materials and et cetera. And it's quite possible that they would do an excellent job. I'm sure that they would. They have a good track record, but yeah, so just wanted to throw that out there.
I mean, ultimately it comes
sorry.
down.
No,
go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, ultimately it comes down to, how we interact with them in terms of what we want, right? I think that they've all sort of shown that they're willing to do whatever it takes for us. And so I think, beyond actually finding the candidates, but it's also working with us. I think, if we set our expectations really high, I think that they'll come through. But yeah, so. Any other comments? Okay. Motion time? And then we do have to talk about next steps. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion to move forward with McPherson as our superintendent search firm.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Corzo?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yeah.
Trustee Warren?
No.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Okay, so that's passed 4-1. Let's just talk about next steps real fast before we adjourn. I will, now that we have officially voted and selected McPherson, Trustee Proctor and I will go ahead and contact everybody and just let them know. Also, we'll request McPherson's contract. And so once we get that, we will send it over to legal, have legal take a look at it. And once they give us a thumbs up, we will sign it. Either Allison or I will go ahead and sign it. And then they will be officially our consultant. One of the things that they do ask for right after the bat in order to kickstart things moving is another meeting. So this next meeting is really to talk about the timelines and the calendar, some initial thoughts that we have in terms of attributes and characteristics of the superintendent. And then they will meet with us individually to further discuss things and move forward. Generally, they suggested it's about a couple hours long for this meeting, just to go ahead and just talk about things in the public forum. So we have the option of, well, the question is when would you guys like to do this? Now, obviously, I think, we're meeting quite often because we have this, and then we're meeting again on Friday. But we do need to make this one other extra final step to get the consultants moving. And then I think we can not take a back seat, but are our time in terms of our calendar time is a little less. So when I talked to Dr. Roses, the suggestion was, well, do we want to add more time to Friday? And I thought we wouldn't be ready in for that, but we can do that if you guys want. Or we look at maybe next Monday as the other option to do that as well. So, and we can do it either do a Monday afternoon, which Dr. Roses had put out some times, or another time as well. So
can you remind me?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How many hours are we talking about again?
It's probably going to be a couple hours. So it's nothing like the interviews that we've gone through, but generally speaking, the firm will want to come in and talk about the calendar, talk about key stakeholders, talk about our community outreach expectations. And so we would want to let them all know that and firm up the calendar at that time.
Sorry, and are you suggesting this for next Monday?
I'm suggesting that we can either do it Friday or we could do it Monday. I'm thinking that because we already are talking about other things on Friday, that we may want to actually punt this to Monday. But if you guys want, we can definitely do it Friday. If you guys want to just devote the rest of the Friday afternoon to school board stuff.
The difficulty for me.
So
I was just going to say the difficulty for me on Friday is it's my weekend to work, and working the night shift. Anything too much extra doesn't make me a very good nurse. So that would just be my concern. I mean, if everybody else can join at that time, I can always just manage. But just to throw that out there.
Trustee Corso?
I was just going to say, so I've been out sick for a while, but I do have to go back to work. And so ideally, anything that's like not a ton of hours during work hours would be great for me. But I think we're talking about both options are during work hours either way, right? So I would prefer Monday to Friday also, actually.
I would also
Just
prefer
'cause then
Monday. Sorry, Molly, I thought you were done. I was going to say I would also prefer Monday, but I do have a conflict between 1 and 2.
So 3 o'clock, does that, Trustee Proctor, does 3 o'clock on Monday work?
I mean, we can start at 2 because for me, it's really hard to go past like 5:30.
Yeah.
I don't have time.
I don't think, I mean, I really wouldn't want to go past that. I'm looking at a 2-hour max anyway, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Would it be possible to do 2 to 4? Are folks okay with that, or is 3 to 5 better?
I'd rather do 3 to 5 because then I have like, but I'm okay either way, I guess. Yeah.
I can do 3 to 5.
Okay. Why don't we do 3 to 5? So we will work with Joan to get that out there, and we'll go from there. So,
and we'll have a hard stop at 5, correct?
Yes, I'll explain, or we'll explain to them and just say, hey, this is when we have to do it. And hopefully they can make it as well. But I think that they, according to Ada, she is open and available. So, all right, sounds good. So we made some serious progress here. Things to keep in mind, just to make the next Monday smoother. Think about key stakeholder groups. Think about, community outreach efforts and time, and just come and think about, what we might want to say, so we can have it run quickly. But we're almost there. Last question is, do you want Trustee Proctor and I to continue with the ad hoc committee in terms of whatever else that comes up? Or are you guys, now that we have this, are we sort of done? I honestly don't know beyond just the execution of contract of everything, but or should we just like wait and see? Do you guys have an opinion on that? No, just wait and see. All right.
Agendize any differentiation on the ad hoc committee. So
okay. Oh, thank you. Okay.
McPherson, and you determined that you'll have another board meeting then on Monday to meet with them. So
okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Roses, for checking in on that. Okay. Thanks, guys. We need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins.
I second.
Second.
I think that was Trustee Warren. Thank you, Trustee Watkins, Trustee Warren. Trustee Corzo, roll call vote.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. All right, guys, we will see you. Oh, actually, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. See you guys tomorrow morning. Bye.